Perhaps what I want to understand, is it a matter of manpower or what is it? Because we have to distinguish between an official assistant and just, I think at some point, Commissioner Baloyi would have said as a citizen, just general citizen, civil assistance.
You requested assistance for?
No, it was at some point, not today.
They've said what?
It's a civilian's duties, yes. If you didn't, then I apologize, but I seem to recall
I'm happy
in
to
another
take
incident.
credit for what you attribute to me.
Thank you.
Please repeat your question.
No, I'm saying your assistants would have been as an officer, so they wouldn't take any cities.
Yes. And when we were exiting the office, most of the officers had already left the office, so the doors were closed. So in the passages, most of the doors were closed.
And this was around what time?
Just before 8.
Just before 8, yeah. Okay. And then you travel in one car to where?
Even in the parking lot, the only car that was there, it was that car that we were traveling in, the Golf that I was using.
Yes, but I'm saying you then went to where from there?
We then went to Phoenix to pick up Kenneth Jacob at his place of residence.
And at this time, you know that Colonel Jacob is off duty?
Yes, I knew that he was on leave, and Bangase told me that he's going to report on duty as we're going to pick him. Bangase told me that no, Kenneth Jacob will report on duty. That's why we are going to pick him up.
Okay. And then you pick up Colonel Jacob, and you then went to the CHC depot?
No, we went to Isipingo, where we met Captain Duma.
Okay. And in that way, does Colonel Jacob brief you or set out what you each would have to do?
No, he only told us that we are going to meet Duma. He's got a very good information that we need to act upon, but we'll hear from Duma when he briefs us.
Okay. Then you went to Duma, you met him, and then what was the briefing? Were you present in the briefing itself? And what did he say?
I first sat in the car, and then Kenneth Jacob called me and said, I must come out. He then introduced me to Captain Duma.
Okay, let me just get clarity there.
I was driving.
You were driving?
I'm driving.
So was there a discussion between Captain Duma and Colonel Jacobs in your absence?
No.
Okay.
No, but Kenneth Jacob jumped out of the car because I needed to go around the park. Then after parking, and then Kenneth Jacob called me. Then I went to them. Then he introduced me to Duma. He said, this is Captain Duma from Crime Intelligence. He's the one with information. Then Captain Duma started briefing us.
I think what you're saying is slightly different from what you said first. You said, I first sat in the car, and then Colonel Jacob then called me to come out.
Maybe it's a use of English, Chair.
Sorry, what about it? Before you say, let me tell you my problem with what just happened now is you're describing your use of the English. You've described two different things, completely different things. The one is you got there, you sat in the car, Jacobs got out of the car, went to Duma, and then called you. That's one, what you said first. The second time, you say, he got out, I went and looked for parking, and then he called me to come. That's different facts that are playing out here. The one, you were not with him when he went to speak to Duma, and then he called you. The other is, you went to look for parking while he waited for you, and then he waved for you to come. Can you just explain why they're different?
We came around the parking, I stopped, he said stop, he jumped out of the car, I came in the other side of the parking, I parked, then he called me.
And he got out of the car on this now in your explanation. When you stopped, he got out of the car. What did he do?
He went towards the Duma's car.
He went to Duma.
He went towards Duma's car.
Yes, thank you. I think that's what you had said initially. Thank you.
All right.
To follow up my point earlier, what I want to establish is whether there was even if it's a small discussion, a short discussion rather, between Duma and Jacob, or there wasn't.
No, I don't think there was a discussion.
Okay.
The question was answered?
No. I was saying, is he confident enough to say between Captain Duma, then Captain Duma and Colonel Jacobs, could he say there was any discussion, no matter how brief, in his absence? Or that was the question.
And the answer is no, there wasn't.
There was no discussion.
But you can't know that. You went and parked. You went to Duma and you went and parked. So you don't know what happened in that time.
Okay,
Isn't that the correct answer?
it is a correct answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's 11, Chair. May we break for tea?
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
Again, it's 11:24. We are ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you, Chair and the Commissioners. Just on the logistics, may I request that perhaps, Chair, if we run over, we'll try, we don't have much time as such with the time constraints for the witness. May I request, if needs be, if we go past 1 in terms of lunch?
We have a meeting over the lunch
Sorry?
hour. We have a meeting over the lunch hour.
Okay, no, then I understand.
We'll just have to adjourn and continue after lunch.
Thank you. Kenan? Thank you, Chair. Yes, we were at the discussion that you had with Colonel, with Captain Duma and Colonel Jacobs, you recall, at the depot, just before the depot. Paragraph, where was it? Let's see.
Paragraph 9.
No, it should be before that, where you met Captain Duma.
Yes.
And you were looking for the parking and they spoke and then that was just before the depot? Or was it at the depot?
It was before.
Just before. Where was this?
It was behind a garage. I don't recall. I don't remember the name of the garage, but it was just behind the filling station.
And what's the distance between that and the depot?
I think maybe 3 or 4 kilometers.
Okay. Then, in that discussion with Captain Duma, at that point, do you then discuss how this operation is going to be conducted? Now that he briefs you that there is this information, what do you guys agree who's playing which role, who does what?
No. Captain Duma just told us that he's been to the depot, so we'll follow him to the depot for inspection of the container. Then we proceeded to the depot. We entered at the main gate of the depot. We proceeded straight down the road, and then we parked somewhere there. There were some area where we parked. Then Kenneth Jacobs jumped out of the car with Captain Duma.
Just before that, so you're saying the three of you, that's Bangase and Jacob.
We were in one vehicle.
Sorry?
We were in one vehicle, Chair.
The three of you?
Yes.
And then Captain Duma?
He was driving alone.
He was driving alone?
Yeah.
And this is now around what time? Still around 8?
8, no. Past 8.
Past 8.
Remember that Bangase requests me for assistance around 8.
Yes.
From Durban Central to Phoenix, picking up Kenneth Jacob, drive to Isipingo. I think maybe around something like 9:30.
Okay, no, that's fine. You then you don't discuss what your role is and all of this?
No, we did not discuss the roles there.
Okay, and in terms of who's in charge, was it assumed that because Colonel Jacobs is senior?
Protocol dictates that the senior member always take control.
Okay, and that's what you assumed. Then you went to the depot, CHC depot, and you said you've never been there yourself.
Yeah, it was the first time being there.
Okay. Now, I want to understand the setup of the depot according to you, right? When you get to the depot, Who gets in first? Is it yourselves or Captain Duma? I would imagine he goes.
We were driving behind Captain Duma's car all the time.
And in terms of the security of the depot itself, I think there was testimony that it was controlled, but just on your own version.
Yeah, there was one security guy at the boom gate, next to the main road. Just one security guy at the boom gate.
Okay, and do you sign in?
He had a conversation with Duma. Then we followed Duma after that.
So Jacobs and Barras and yourselves never had any discussion with the...
No. Duma opened his window, he explained to the security guy, then we followed.
Okay. And then you parked?
We parked, we drove down the passage, then we stopped, and then they jumped out of the cars, then they proceeded to the offices of the management.
Just speak up a bit. Yeah.
When the vehicles were parked,
Yes.
Captain Duma and Kenneth Jacobs went to the offices of the depot managers.
Okay. And you and Warrant Officer Mpangas stayed behind?
We remained next to the cars there.
Okay. Just before we get to that, in terms of the layout of the depot, right, and in terms of security, is it other than the security at the gate, would there be any other security personnel at the depot, according to your knowledge?
It can happen that there were other police security officers, because when we started inspecting the container, I saw some of the securities there.
Okay, and were they armed?
No, I didn't see firearms.
Okay, and the security at the gate, was he armed?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
All right, and then let's go back to the discussion. So Colonel Jacob and Captain Duma went to management.
Yeah, to the offices, yeah.
And obviously you are not part of those discussions. You and Captain and Warrant Officer Mpangas and them.
Yes.
They come back, do they brief you?
They came back with a lady. I think she introduced herself as Mrs. Pili and other people that were accompanying them. And then she pointed at the container that we were interested in, but the container was stacked with other containers on top.
Okay, so at the layout, right, the container was on top?
It was on top, yes.
All right, and was it marked, specially marked or anything like that?
They've got the container numbers, so that they use to distinguish which container is this.
Okay, and so when you have a briefing, then the agreement, you are part of this agreement, right? Is that the container will be moved to a particular point?
Obviously, Chair, for the container to be inspected, you have to bring it down from the stack and then open it, inspect it.
Okay. So, and in terms of the mobility of the space, I would presume that, you could move the container anyway, or you would disagree with that?
After the other containers were moved for them to be able to reach that container that we were looking for, then the space was not there.
So within the depot, you wouldn't be able to move it anywhere, the container?
I wouldn't know, because the containers are stacked to maybe even more than 6 meters high. So, but where we were, there was no space.
Maybe let me ask the question differently. Colonel Jacob said that, and I think this was on the first day he gave his testimony, he said that the container you wanted to search could have been moved from where it was, where you believed or he believed there were impediments to a proper search and even a proper conduct of what needs to be done at a crime scene. And that as a result, or rather he said, the container could be moved to another spot within the depot, another spot at which the search and seizure could then be conducted properly without any hindrance.
Okay.
I'm sure you would not dispute that.
I want to respond, Chair.
All right.
Remember, Chair, myself and Bangase, we remained in the parking. And then they went around.
So they would have seen.
Maybe they might have seen the space where maybe the
So
container.
you are not in a position to dispute what he said.
No, I'm not in a position
you.
to dispute it.
Yes, so it's that, it's those things, I think, thank you, Chair. It was that, I think in his testimony, he later did say that it could have been moved. But what that forces me to ask then is, when you say it couldn't, would you still maintain that now?
According to my observation,
No, I'm saying now.
if he said so, then it could be. Maybe it could have been moved. If maybe there's a space that he saw that I didn't see.
Yes. Okay.
But we drove down from the gate. There's a long fence along our left-hand side of and then these containers here. Then we parked at the bottom there. So from that area, there was no area for a container to be searched. But because they went around to the management offices, maybe they were able to identify other places that they could have placed a container.
Okay, so perhaps just to be fair to you, I just want to ask it in a different way. It's the same answer, is that from where you were sitting at the time,
Yes.
and your answer must be understood in the context that at the time, you did not necessarily understand the layout and whether they could have been elsewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just check on this? You've just said that there was no, from where the container was parked and what you saw in terms of space, there was no area to work where you could have conducted the search. In your statement, you say the space was limited for us to work as the machinery was moving up and down. That's your explanation. If the machinery was not moving up and down, at least that's what the statement suggests, that if there was no machinery moving up and down, you could have worked there. That's what this is conveying.
No, Chair, even in between the containers, the space was very minimal for us to be able to lay all the bags. It was going to be very difficult for us to move within the containers there.
Sorry, explain. The containers would have been lined up, right? I think that's how I understood the evidence, that you had containers lined up.
Yes.
And then yours is one of them, and the door is open. Can maybe just explain in your words?
Okay. I'm saying, Chair, when they were moving the containers, they moved the top container, place it on the side, take the next container, place it on the other side, take the container that we were interested in, place it on the side. Then the space there was not enough for us to be able to do the counting.
Explain that space. Which space are you referring to?
I'm meaning the space in front of the container that we were about to inspect.
And the front is the door side of the
where the container is opening.
What constricted the space?
It was the containers that were placed around the container.
No, let's just forget about those. We accept, okay, they are alongside each other. Let's forget about that space. Tell us about the rest of the space. Tell us about
I'm
the
not
rest of the
getting
space.
you, Chair, if you are saying I must forget about the containers and tell you.
We've heard. I don't mean that becomes irrelevant. No, I'm saying we've fine. Thanks, Colonel. We've heard about that. The fact of the containers. Let me use parked alongside each other. We've heard about that. Now tell us about the rest of the space.
The machinery also was moving,
Where exactly was the machinery moving?
picking up containers from the other side of the depot, and there were also other people conducting inspections.
But in relation to the space that you wanted, you would otherwise have used, where was the machinery moving?
Next to the containers.
Where's next?
I don't understand, sir, if you say where's next.
There's behind, there are sides, there's everything else. You were there, you know it better
Behind
than
and in
I.
front of the containers.
I think Commissioner Kumalo is going to try and
Maybe why don't
clarity
you,
for us.
why don't you please put up that picture we saw yesterday where we have a few containers alongside each other?
Just while they are checking that, where are the photos of the scene that you took?
I forwarded all the photos to Colonel Jacobs. He printed the photos and then put them in the inquiry file.
Now, you see the pictures?
Yes, I can see
Colonel,
the
you see
picture.
the pictures?
I can see the picture, Chair.
Yeah. Would the one that, or was the one you were to search, was it somewhere in the middle or was it to the side?
I don't recall, Chair.
Okay. Now, if you are able to, looking at this picture, where would the machinery, or where was the machinery moving?
You know, Chair, when you're looking at that picture, the machinery will be moving in front to the other side of the container.
That side, that is
In front-
opposite where the doors are.
In
When you
front
say
of the, in front of the door, then we'll be moving to that other side.
right across
The
where
front
the
of
doors
picture,
are.
yes.
And how far would that be from the container itself, or how far was that from the container itself? I keep using wood as if this was hypothetical. How far were these, or how far was the machinery from the containers or the doors of the containers?
If the machinery is supposed to leave,
And please estimate in meters. I'm sure as a police officer you are able to do that.
I'm trying to respond, Chair.
I'm sorry if I sounded impatient, sorry.
Yeah. So I'm saying, Chair, if the machinery is about to pick up the container, it will come very close to the container. But if it's moving in front of the container to lift other containers on the side, maybe it can have a distance.
Oh, so you are saying the containers that were with the one you wanted to search, some of them were being moved as you were there. Some of those that were already lined up together with the one you wanted to search. You are saying some of those were being moved as you were there, wanting to conduct the search.
Not necessarily the ones that were next to the one that we were about to search, but the movement of the machinery was happening there, Chair.
In that case, I don't understand the relevance then of, rather, I don't understand why you would refer to these, the machinery in relation to these containers. I don't understand. If they were moving other containers, not the ones alongside the one you wanted to search.
They were moving other containers, passing the ones that we were interested in searching.
Coming to pick up the one they wanted to, the one that was to be moved, or the ones that were to be moved, or coming from and already carrying the container. We're trying to get a picture of the impediments or hindrances. And right now, you've not explained this in a manner that we understand. Let me tell you what we were told by Colonel Jacob. We did not want upfront to tell you because I thought maybe your explanation would tie in with what he told us. The only hindrance in terms of movement that he told us about was that there was movement behind you, 2 meters behind you. He never said anything that suggests that there was movement of machinery right next to the containers, with containers being picked up. Well, maybe he did not necessarily mean that containers were not being picked up, but he said this was behind you, 2 meters from the containers. Would you confirm that that was so, or that he is, or would you rather say he is mistaken?
Chair, for me, I saw some of the machinery moving in front of the containers.
I want you to just confirm or dispute what I've just put to you, which is what he said. That is, there was movement behind you as you are facing the containers, and that this was 2 meters from the doors of the containers.
Thank you for...
So you are between the movement and the doors of the containers.
Thank you for clarifying that now.
Would
When
you
you are facing the container,
Yes.
I was thinking of the back of the container.
No.
Okay.
So would you confirm that?
Yes, sir.
That was the case.
That was the case.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
I think for the record, it's very important, Advocate Kakane, to be fair to this witness. And I know Advocate Sillo is sitting next to you. She can confirm if I'm correct or not. The photo we are looking at is not, it's the one of the 1,000 kg bust a month later. So this scene is not the scene where the CDH depot incident in June happened.
Commissioner Khumalo, I confirm it was pulled up yesterday and for demonstration purposes to deal with the point Colonel Jacob was making about what he meant by the sides of the container. That definitely I confirm does not relate to this particular seizure. It's
I was looking at his facial expression.
Of course, he didn't recognize
And
that.
his facial
signal.
expression was, they are tricking me. This can't be the container. So I
Just
have to
for
be fair to him.
demonstrative
Apologies.
purposes. Yes.
No,
Apologies.
thank you very much, Chair, because even those containers, they are not stacked. That is why I'm wondering now, where did you get this picture?
Apologies, Colonel, because I'm the one who asked for this to be put up. I should have said it's purely for illustrative purposes. I apologize.
Advocate Silo, while we are on this point, I think it's important that Colonel Jacob provides those photos that the Colonel says were taken and given to him and they were filed somewhere. Because some of the explanations he has given will require that we look at those photos.
We have two options. There are photos of the scene regarding this particular seizure in the files, but I don't seem to recall a photograph that depicts precisely what the Colonel is saying. The best we can do for now is to go into the investigation files and the inquiry files. Those are our formal source documents to see if we can extract all the pictures available there. If not, then we'll have to turn to Colonel Jacob and request him to provide such photographs as have not been submitted through the inquiry file or the investigation docket.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The transcription does not capture the facial expression, but you should have seen it, and that bothered me.
So they could always draw the expression in the transcript. Thank you, Commissioner.
So in addition to apologizing to the Colonel for the confusion, I should thank my co-commissioner, Commissioner Khumalo.
Can I then go back to my question? Now that the confusion has been cleared, that the doors of the container are open, you are facing the container, the space, you're not inside the container, you're outside the container. My question was, if the machinery, there was no machinery there that was operating, and maybe let me amend it so that it's clearer maybe what I'm asking, that if you had cordoned off an area that prevented machinery from moving in front of there, is there a reason why you wouldn't have been able to inspect the drugs there at the scene, at the depot?
I think, Commissioner, considering the magnitude of the bags and the space required for the bags, still we were not going to be able.
So the reference to machinery as a factor is completely irrelevant then. It has to be irrelevant for this, for the purpose of my discussion with you and the answer that you are giving, that in fact, movement of machinery is irrelevant, of no consequence, because geographically there was no space to deal with that number of bags
It's not,
on the spot.
so sorry, Chair, it's not irrelevant because it's one of the factors that caused us to move that caused Kenny Jacob to move the crime scene.
The reason I'm saying it's irrelevant is if I accept your answer as your explanation of that space, I'm saying it wouldn't matter that there was machinery or not, because on your version, the space anyway wasn't there for you to do this search there and then, where you in front of the container. It sounds to me like it has to be like that, if the space is indeed what you're saying.
Yes.
Right? So geographically, that space was impossible in front of the container, anywhere in front of the container. The space was so limited that even without machinery moving up and down, which somehow was able to move up and down, but even without that machinery, you could not have conducted the search in front of the container.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just to follow up on, we'll get to the discussion. So the container is moved, right? So you're saying at the time when you open the container and you remove the exhibits or the bags, and I think the point, your version is that you couldn't process the scene because of we'll get to the details. Now, I'm trying to understand whether you as the police, was it not a possibility that you could cordon off the scene, stop these other machines that were being driven around, so that you make sure that you do the job? Because in some instances, that's what happens in crime scenes. Was it not a possibility?
It was a possibility, Chair.
And do you know, and your version was, do you still maintain the version that you couldn't?
It was a possibility to cordon off the whole area and close it down. It was a possibility to close the area so that we were able to operate. But it would have meant that even though those containers that were close to this container that we were intending to search, they would have been also to have to be removed so that we can have enough space to work.
Yes, I'm just saying that is a possibility that could have happened.
Yes.
In a scene.
Yes, it could have happened.
Okay. And I just want to understand, because what we're dealing with is 27 bags. And what I find difficult, can I just ask, when we went to when you went to Ispingo, these bags were laid at the parking lot.
Yes.
Now, would you say that parking lot, this is now where, I want you to compare the two scenes. I wouldn't, it's not the crime scene, but just the areas. Obviously, in a parking lot, again, there's movement. Correct?
There is movement, but very minimal.
Sure.
And it's at the police station.
It's at the police station.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that, but there is movement. It's a busy police station, I would imagine. It's a police station.
Yes, the police station.
Correct. But you were able to sort of isolate where you were working.
Yes.
Okay. Can I just request us to flight one of the pictures at page 516 of the exhibit bundle?
Kakane, in our files, it will be what file?
It should be file 2.
CJC?
CJC 242. But I'm interested in pages 516 onwards. Are you there, Commissioner Baloyi? So I want us to, unless there's other bags, in your understanding, were those the bags that were found in the container?
Yes. Chair, these were the bags that were found.
My difficulty is that they seem to have fitted there in a single parking bay.
It's not a single parking bay.
Okay?
It looks like
Please-
two.
Please speak up, please speak up. It's two parking bays.
Oh, is it 2? Okay, anyway, let's give it 2, it's fine. But wouldn't that space, you wouldn't have found that space in the depot?
We wouldn't find it.
Straightly. It's not the whole of the second parking bay though. They're straddling the line separating the two parking bays, or not?
Yeah. Remember, Chair, we're still going to take out exhibits from inside the bag and place them on the side, do the counting on the side. So we needed a little bit more space to do that. And the security also, because while we were there at the depot, once people got to know there are drugs found, they started coming close.
Yeah, we'll go to that. My point is, when to offload the impression is that you couldn't place these, let's say, the bags, or unless I'm wrong, you could place these bags within the depot. What was, according to you, a difficulty is when you open these bags
Start with the counting.
and starting the counting.
Placing them out of the bag.
And obviously what you would say, your version would be that at the parking lot, you then isolated and counted, right? And how long does that take at the police station, the counting?
I don't remember exactly how long it took us. but it took us some time because we needed to make sure. We know when you are dealing with such, you need to ensure that your counting is correct. Because on the seizure of that 999, their initial report when they said they have recovered 1,000 bricks. When they recounted now, it was 999. So when you are dealing with such, you need to be sure, because there'll be a whole lot of allegations to say, if you give the initial number, and then now when you recount, it's another number. You must be very careful when you are dealing with such.
Okay. Can I then take you to page 518 of the same exhibit? Now, it seems that
Yes.
sorry, I'm just waiting for them to flight it. Under the police van. So
Even these ones here at the bottom, you can see what there were bags there.
okay, now I want to understand something then. Those bags, were they still full, or the exhibit were offloaded from the bags totally?
All the exhibits were offloaded now.
Okay, so what my issue is that was still within those two cars,
Yes.
right? And it doesn't seem to at least be beyond those cars, the front bumpers or anything.
Remember, we moved the bags to the front of the parking. Then we started opening a bag, placing exhibit there, then going like that until we finish offloading all the bags.
Okay. Maybe my point, let me put my point and then it will go back to the security at the depot. Would you still feel that this exercise that is there at this page couldn't have been done at the depot at the time?
I had already said that if we were going to close shop,
Yes.
it was going to be done.
It was going to be
It was going to be done if we were to close shop now, meaning that cordon off the whole area next to the container. We are going to do it.
All right. Then let's go back to the depot. Right. One of the, and I don't want, so you earlier on your statement, you say the decision not to cordon off was not made by yourself. It was made by Jacob, am I correct?
Yes.
And you didn't question, we've established that you didn't question why he doesn't cordon off the scene. And did you engage him about that?
You comply and complain later. And it remains like that. It don't change. In the police, if your commander says, this is the decision I'm taking, you cannot challenge your commander.
So no matter how unlawful that decision is, or no matter how difficult it is for you, you can't say, I don't want to participate in this.
No, Chair, obviously you cannot take an unlawful instruction.
Okay.
But if the commander says, my decision is for us to move and process this exhibit at the CP or SAPS, I cannot come and say, no, why are we going there? Why are we not doing it here? It's his decision. He's responsible for it. Then he will need to explain why did he take that decision.
Okay. I think we had that debate, I think you had with the chair, for example, about the instruction note and what needs to happen. And I think we had agreed, I thought we had agreed that, you shouldn't follow an unlawful instruction. It was from that context that I was asking, but I'll move on. I'll have my view. Then on the presence, on the security. Now, one of the factors that you highlight in your statement in agreeing with Colonel Jacobs is the security. You just mentioned that there were a lot of people, right? Could you just elaborate on that for me? And that's one of the things we want to understand is you say that in paragraph 9, sorry, just to locate you. You say there was management of the depot, right?
Yes.
How many people were from that, from management?
I don't recall. But when they came, when Ken Jacob came with the lady, they were not only traveling, the three of them. They had other people also who were there.
Okay, so you don't recall the numbers?
I don't recall the number.
Okay. The DPCI members?
It was the three of us.
Or it's just the three of you? And then there's Captain Duma?
Yes.
And then you also mentioned ORS members. How many were those?
You know, I had said I had not made notes. But while we were processing the crime scene, I saw ORS members. I don't know whether maybe it was during or after. Sorry, Chair.
Please proceed.
I'm saying, I don't know whether it was during or after the seal has been broken, but I saw ORS members. I also saw people wearing reflectors from customs.
Can I just ask a question related to what Colonel has just said? Colonel, if you were not taking notes on the day, for the purposes of preparing your affidavit in the commission and in the investigation relating to the disappearance of the cocaine, where did you get those facts that you put in your affidavit if you did not have notes or you did not take notes on the day? Because your affidavit seems to be detailed in terms of the sequence of events. So where did you get that information that made its way to your affidavit if you did not take notes on the day?
Remember, Chair, that I had already submitted 2 affidavits in 2022.
Yes, those are the affidavits I'm asking about. Where did you get that information that you
I
put
still
in the
remember
2022
some of the
affidavit?
things. I still
Please, Colonel, don't speak while someone else is still speaking. We will have problems with the transcription.
I'm so sorry about that, Chair.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
I'm asking about the 2022 affidavit.
Yes.
Because you did not have or you did not take notes in June 2021 when you were at the scene. So for the purposes of preparing your very first affidavit,
Yes.
where did you get that information that you set out in that affidavit?
Chair, remember that I was taking photos. I had photos of the container numbers, photos that I had taken of the people that were there. Some of them you could see them in those photos.
I thought you had given the photos to Colonel Jacobs by then.
I sent the photos via WhatsApp. I had some of the photos still in my phone.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You said you relied on the photos.
I relied on the photos, yes.
Okay. Now, just to locate, in terms of the detail that you had, that was memory and the photos.
Yes, because the affidavit that I deposed was in January 5, if I'm not mistaken, 2022.
Maybe let me assist you. If you go to CJC 244, it should be file 2 of the exhibit bundle. 244. Yes, 244. And it's,
244 page.
your affidavit there in the inquiry is at page 633.
633. Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Okay, so in terms of these details that are contained, you would have relied on what your memory is.
Yes.
Let me give you an example. Look at 635, paragraph 14.
Paragraph 14.
Yeah. Those SAP numbers, SAP 13 details, the inquiry file numbers, all of those things. Where would you have got that detail from?
From the inquiry, before it was taken.
So you would have gone back to the inquiry?
Yes.
And also what is the document that gets signed by Warrant Officer Mpangase, or that he completes?
The SAP 13 copies also.
But the diary also, is it called the diary or what?
Which one?
Investigation diary.
No, I got this. I think you are asking me, Chair, that where did I get the 13 numbers?
Yes, so because this is the 24th, I remember you went with him at some point, you went to Port Shepstone
I think in my pocketbook.
in your pocketbook.
In
So
your-
this
on
is
the
where you got the
24th, yeah.
information.
Yeah, I
from.
got
Okay.
it. I got it there.
No, now I got you, thank you.
All right.
And I think, Commissioner Baloyi, maybe let me not implicate you any further. In terms of the,
Sorry, Mr. Skaskan, you're not a witness.
in terms of, you said it's in your pocketbook, pocket diary?
Yeah.
Okay, and I just wanted to confirm whether we could be able to get that if we needed to.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And in terms of the information that is contained in your statement to the commission, did you rely on let not say obviously, on this statement?
Most of it comes from these two affidavits that I deposed. This one and the further statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just test something before we forget about it? In your statement, and I think in your testimony now, you said earlier, when I say now, I mean as you're sitting there, you said earlier that when you got to the depot, Colonel Jacob went to the office.
Yes.
And then came back with the manager.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. But the manager in her affidavit says that you, Colonel Jacob, Duma, Mpangase, approached her together.
No, that's incorrect.
Is she incorrect in saying that?
It's incorrect. I never went to the office we were standing in the parking. It's only the two that went to the offices.
Okay. Duma and Jacob.
Yes.
And they brought her to you, to
They
where you
came-
were.
Yeah, they came to us.
All right.
Perhaps-
Can I also, sorry, and I do apologize if you were going to go there already, but it's about this discussion that you've just had with Commissioner Kumalo about how you remembered the stuff that you're saying in the affidavit. One of the things you say here is at the depot, you describe who was there, right? In your paragraph 9, when the seal was broken. You say it was depot management, DPCI members, Captain Duma, ORS members, and depot security members. You say that. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I think when you were now speaking, you said you don't remember whether the ORS people were there before or after the seal was broken. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
You now don't remember.
Come again, Chair?
You don't, when you testified now, you said you don't remember whether the ORS people arrived before or after the seal was broken.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
ORS people, they came after the seal was broken.
And then why do you, in your statement at paragraph 9, say they were there when the seal was broken? And I ask you this because Colonel Jacob said exactly the same thing until he was asked questions and his position altered. But you signed this statement. You've told us it's a recent statement. You say they were there. I'm just trying to remember what date we said you said it was signed on the 1st of June, 26, and then on the 5th of June you are testifying, you say something different from, in fact, you're now uncertain, when on the 1st of June you were very certain that the ORS people were there when the seal was broken.
You know, Chair, what makes me remember that it was after the seal was broken was the fact that they were requested by Colonel Jacobs to assist. After we've inspected the container and we saw that there were drugs. That is why I'm sure. I'm saying, I made a mistake by saying they were there before the seal was broken.
So until the 1st of June, which is on Monday, this past Monday,
Yes.
your recollection was that they were there when the seal was broken. What has happened between the 1st of June and today when you testify on the 5th that now triggered your memory that, oh, they were not there when the seal was broken? Is it the evidence of Jacob?
No, Chair. It's the interactions that we are having now, and also my recollection is coming back now. Hence, I'm saying, what makes me to remember is the fact that they were requested after for assistance.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. While we're still there, just two questions, I think, just to check. In terms of did you know of so we know the management, the names of the people within ORS, do you know them, their names? Can you get them, and the deputy security members?
Do I know the names of the members of SAPS, ORS?
Yes, their identities. Or if, for example, their names would be given to you, they would trigger your memory, or you did not?
I did not know them before this day. I knew them after.
Before we move off, I'm sorry. Before we move off from my topic, in your first statement, you, in addition to ORS people, you said there were customs officials. Why did you say that? And this was your first statement, so this would still have been kind of fresh. It's January 2022. Why did you say there was customs officials?
It's because, Chair, when we were at the crime scene, I saw people wearing customs uniform.
And then why is it not in your statement before the commission that you filed on Monday?
It's not there.
Well, the paragraph that I've read doesn't
Paragraph
mention.
9.
Yeah.
I think, Chair, that maybe it might be a typo error, but I know what I saw people from customs.
Well, there were no customs officials. There was a company, a depot custom liaison person, according to Colonel Jacob, when he's in the witness box. In his statement, like you, in his statement, he said there was customs officials. And then when we were engaging him about why would customs officials be there, he then said, oh, actually it was customs liaison.
Chair, I saw people who were wearing reflector jackets with customs here.
You see, the concern, and maybe let me put to you what my concern is. My concern is that you and Colonel Jacobs, your statements are the same on this issue. We're still talking on just this issue. They're exactly the same, even the mistakes. You know, they are typically, you know, you've heard stories about students copying from each other. And then when they get caught out, they find even the misspellings are exactly that. You've done exactly that. You've looked at each other's statements, that's what it looks like, and you repeat what the one has said in their statements. Either you were looking at his statement, that's the impression it gives, right? Either you were looking at his statement, or you sat down and discussed with him what goes into his statement. That's the problem that I have with what you are now seeking to explain away as recent recollections about matters that when this was fresh in your mind in already January 2022, you say exactly what he said, which is wrong. And then when you come here, in your statement, you've repeated some of it. You say it's a typo, I didn't include customs. And then when I say to you, no, there was customs, you give exactly the answer he gave, which is, I saw people wearing uniform and I thought they were customs. That's one. Two, oh, I'm mistaken about ORS, actually, yes. And that he admits when we say, well, ORS governor has filed a statement that says they only came in there to give you a lift with your luggage. And he said, yeah, then I'm mistaken. But that's exactly what you're doing. So I sit here with the impression that you either copied his statement or you sat down and agreed what you were going to put in your statements on this issue. Please disabuse me of that impression if you can.
Chair, I never copied his statement, he never copied my statement. Obviously, I report to Kenneth Jacob as a unit commander. Now and then we'll have discussions, not to say we are telling each other what to write in your affidavit, no. We might have had discussions about the very same issue, but it was not for the purposes of deposing an affidavit.
So one possible explanation from what you're saying is this common mistake of the two of you that you both now correct in the witness stand may be a result of the discussion that you normally have, and you might have discussed this, and that's where it came from.
Yes, yes, Chair.
All right, thank you.
I just want, and you'll correct me if I'm too blunt, I just want to follow up on what you're saying, and it will, you'll warn me if I'm offline. I just wanted to ask whether between June or July of 2021 up to the 1st of June 2026, did Colonel Jacob sought to influence you in any fashion? No. About the statement?
No.
Thank you. Then let's go back to your statement. Paragraph 9, we're still at paragraph 9. So on your version, you don't have the identities of the people that were there. but you have an idea that it was these people? In terms of, ORS members, depot security members,
There were also,
when the seal was being broken.
please repeat your question again.
Now, I'm saying you don't have details of these people, like the names and all of this, for example, ORS members and the security members and the management of the depot.
I did not have details as I was not an investigating officer. Normally, an investigating officer will acquire all the details of the people who are at the crime scene, so that in future, if he requires statements from them, he can be able to contact them to obtain those statements. So I saw these people that I'm mentioning here are people that I saw, but these were not the only people who were there when the container was open, when the container was open and when the exhibit were loaded into the vehicle.
Okay, so that would be what Colonel Jacob says in terms of details.
I'm not getting you.
No, I'm saying, you're saying that would be in the position of the investigating person.
Normally at the crime scene,
Yes.
the investigating officer identify the possible witnesses and acquire their contact details and everybody who's there, so that if he requires statements, he's able to contact those people to depose the affidavit.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's move to your paragraph 10. I think part of it we've covered about the area of work, right? And where you say the space was limited and all of this. Earlier on, you also indicated that the space was becoming crowded. When you say crowded, were there any other, who came other than the members that you now have, other than the persons that we've dealt with, right? Were there any other members, either those ones driving the forklifts around or the equipment that were now coming to the area?
There were a lot of people. Some of them, they were wearing overalls. And that is why we are saying that the place became crowded, because there is just a lot of people gathered wanting to see what was seized.
And is it the version that there was no control up around that? There was not even an attempt to cordon off or limit the interaction?
There was no attempt to cordon off.
Okay. And then you said, then Jacob gave you the instruction that you must take pictures.
The instruction to take pictures was given to me before the seal was broken, because I got the photos of the seal before it was broken. So,
And this, you were supposed to use your phone?
I was using my phone, yes.
Okay. And he was also using his phone?
Not my phone, a state phone.
A state phone?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, I think you had some debate about calling LCRC and those that are supposed to be the ones that take photographs, right? And those photographs, I think you said they were submitted.
I forwarded all the photographs to Colonel Jacobs, who was then the investigator. After the inquiry was moved from Bangase to Colonel Jacobs, he printed the photos that he needed to put in the inquiry.
Then from a security perspective, just before we move to the other point, is that one of the issues is that the worry, I think yesterday with Colonel Jacob, was that there could be some invasion or some sort of attack and all of this when you remained at the scene or at the scene. Do you share his view?
I never thought of that.
You never thought of that security point?
I only noticed a whole lot of people very close to the container. And I also felt very uncomfortable with such exhibit, with quite a number of people. The invasion,
You're speaking too softly, Colonel.
I'm so sorry, Chair.
Colonel, just make sure that the people seated at the back there can hear you, because I've just received a complaint now that they cannot hear you. So don't just address Advocate Sikakane, address all of us.
I'm sorry about that, Chair.
No, that's fine.
I'll try and speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. So your issue was not necessarily that there could be an attack or anything like that as you process the scene. Your main consideration is that there is now a lot of people that are coming on. So you don't find any issue with moving the exhibit elsewhere?
I think I'm going to respond that now. I'm a part of SANAP, and when you go to the hub to seize these drugs, you don't know who was supposed to take out this consignment firstly. So when you are there, you need to ensure that your safety comes first. And secondly, the safety of the exhibit. That is always at the back of your mind. So when you make decisions, you're always thinking and looking at your safety, considering the fact that we were only 4 members, if I'm counting Doma.
But, okay, so are you now saying you also considered safety or security at the time?
I did. Okay. In my mind, but
No, I'm saying then.
Then in my mind, it came across my mind.
Then,
but,
okay.
But it was not important because I was not in charge. So I'm just talking on how I was looking at things and thinking to myself, because I made no contribution to the decision.
And obviously to Colonel Jacobs, who was in charge, if that was his consideration, would you agree with a proposition that you could have called for backup, as it later turned out that you then got help when you were transporting the exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, Colonel, just to check that the 3 of you were not going to the depot to fetch drugs, you were actually going to conduct a drug bust. Were you armed? Did you take protective measures, the 3 of you, before going to the depot? Did you have weapons with you?
I think, Chair, the statement that you are saying that we were not going to fetch drugs, it's a very unfortunate statement, Chair.
That's why I'm giving alternatives, just to check that that's not what you were doing. My question is, were you armed? Did you have weapons with you?
Yeah, but such statement, because we are mandated to do these things as the DPCI.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm always armed when I'm at work.
So my question is, on the day, the 3 of you, were you armed?
Yes, I was armed. I cannot comment on behalf of others, Chair, but I was armed.
But you were with them. Do you know if they were armed?
Yes, they were armed.
Okay, so you had taken protective measures on your way to the depot.
Yes.
And the reason I'm asking you this is because of what you raised, that your first priority is safety, because you don't know who is also going there to collect the same drugs. So you would take protective measures just in case you are ambushed by people who are also there for different reasons than the reasons you are there for. So I'm establishing those facts. I'm not making findings at this stage. So please don't assume that when I test or I make propositions, it's to find out what the facts were. It's not as if the commission has decided that you were there to fetch the drugs. I hope you understand that.
We fetched the drugs, we took them to the ACP 13 at DCP. We booked them at Potchefstroom. We were instructed to take them to Potchefstroom. We did that,
No,
Chair.
but there's a difference between going to conduct a drug bust because you're suspecting that drugs have been brought into the country illegally. And another scenario is you know that there's cocaine there. You are just going there to pick it up. That's why I was clarifying that there are different scenarios, and I wanted you to tell us which scenario applied.
To me, I had never even met Captain Duma.
Yes.
I was just informed by Mpangas requesting assistance. Then I gladly said, no, let's go. Then I went. When I got to CSC depot, there are drugs. That's it. So we were going there to work. Hence, even our superiors were contacted and they were informed that we are going there.
In the book at the police station where you work, I'm assuming that when you were told that you must go to this drug bust, there is a document that you complete to say where you are going, what's the operation, for what purpose. Is there such a document?
Only now I know of such a document, an operational plan, but then I don't recall it was existing at that time.
Was there a drill that morning? What happened around 7:20 that morning when you were at your station where you worked in Durban and you were called to say you must go and assist in a drug bust? Isn't there a document that you complete?
No. No, I don't know of such a document. You report to your immediate commander of all the activities that you are about to partake. So you just inform him.
And you do that before you go or when you come back?
Before you go.
So on the
Or
day,
after food, you can do it also after you come back. But in this instance, I went to Captain Majola's office, who was acting because Colonel Jacob was on leave.
yes.
And then Captain Majola's office was locked, but I contacted him. Hence, he allowed me to assist again on the 23rd and on the 24th.
Right. And I'm glad you mentioned that because we were looking for that name at some point. We didn't have it. So I'm glad that you have now clarified that point.
He is retired now.
No, we can still find him. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can even find him for you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Skakan.
Thank you. So to follow up on what Commissioner Kumalo is saying, is that you sought permission on, I just want to round off this point, because also I didn't see it in your affidavit unless I'm mistaken, of that you sought permission from your immediate commander.
I informed him to say, KP, I've been requested by Warantu Sampangase to assist him. He said, no problem.
Okay. And on both, I would imagine, on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th?
Yes. Because he was the person placing me on duty. Then in the morning on the 23rd, I briefed him of what has transpired on the 22nd. Then he was all right. Then again, when Pangase came to my office now, after my meeting, I went back to Captain Majola and told him that Pangase again is saying we need to go and bag the exhibit. He then said to me, no, just carry on, can assist him, because we are not busy with anything at the present moment.
And is there any particular reason that you know, that detail for seeking permission is not in your statement?
There is no reason. There's literally no reason.
Okay.
Yeah. But I report to Majola. Every morning he signed my pocketbook, placing me on duty. So I need to account for the day as to what I did.
Okay. Now, just to move quickly on this item. Earlier on, we had a discussion about the assistance, and I think Commissioner Kumalo was also on this point, is throughout this thing and this operation, your role, what exactly would you say your role was? Is what does assistance, how do you look at assistance?
It depends on what type of assistance is required by the people that you are assisting.
So your role was just to be available to any instruction they give you, and that's what you did?
Is to assist them, yes.
All right. So you then go to, there's a decision that's taken, I don't need to go into too much detail. It's taken to go to Isipingo, right? And you align with that decision, and then you go to Isipingo, right?
Yes.
And I think the statement is also that there were other members that were called to assist.
Yes, from ORS, we were also conducting inspection. Then Kenny Jacob requested, after seeing a vehicle, requested them to assist us in taking the exhibit to the police station.
Okay. Then you go to the police station in...
Before you arrive at the police station, in your paragraph 10, where you talk about the space limited, the risk to members and exhibits, and the number of bystanders that were there, you then follow that with saying Colonel Jacob rather informed us we should proceed to Isipingo. Now, what happened in fact? I'm trying to understand whether you stood around and, or whatever postures you took. Did you have a discussion where you say, yes, the space is limited, there's a risk, now there are people, let's all go? Or that doesn't happen, but Colonel Jacobs says, let's go? I'm trying to understand whether this is your own observation that you are recording here, or you are recording what was given as a reason at the time to move.
He had a brief conversation with Mbangas. Kenny
being-
Jacobs had a brief conversation with Mbangas. And then Kenny Jacobs went on and requested members from ORS to assist. Then he then informed us that they are going to come, they will be assisting us, then we need to load the bags and go to Isipingo.
Okay. My question is about what happens before he approaches the members. And I'm trying to understand what you've written here. Where you say the space was limited, you see where I'm reading in that paragraph 10, and then you also say there was also a risk to members and exhibits, and then a number of bystanders were observing the activities. So that's you making your observation. Is that, I'm trying to understand that is that you recording your observation to us, or this is what was discussed with you by Jacob and Mbangase and maybe Duma you all spoke about, the space is limited. You understand the question I'm asking you?
I understand, Chair.
Yes, so I'm trying to understand what happened in fact.
Those were my observations of the situation,
Okay,
and I had not discussed them with anyone.
okay.
So, yes.
So it's not what was said on the scene?
No.
Okay, all right. So when Jacob says, let's go, he doesn't say because of reason A, B, C, D. He just says, let's go to Isipingo. He doesn't list those things as reasons.
I don't recall, Chair. I don't want to commit on something, Chair, that I don't remember. But I remember him saying that I've requested for assistance. Let us go to Isipingo. Let's load the bags and go to Isipingo SAPS.
Okay.
In response to a question by me, or a couple of questions, you said he did not. And you remember in the context of the exercise of discretion by him, whether those initial prescripts must be followed, you actually, the responses you gave made me understand that he had not said anything, which is why you went so far as to say you were not in a position to assess his decision that you should go. Do you remember that discussion or that debate between you and I? Between you and me, rather?
Hey, Chair, I don't remember.
It's only a few hours ago. Okay, no, let's leave it there.
Right.
Let's leave it there.
Well, Colonel, the reason, the issue for me about this, if this was your observation and not what you discussed on the spot, is, but it's exactly what Jacob says. And yet it's another, for me, another area of concern that you seem to have conferred about what goes into your statements. The two of you who are coming to testify before us, you say exactly the same thing, and yet there was no discussion of this, but you all give the same reason for moving as if you were talking about it. But I want to add something to it, that what makes it a matter of concern is it is not in Warrant Officer Mbanga's diary entry for the day. He doesn't give that explanation, and it's an important thing, you would agree, right? Because it's a breach of your instruction, national instruction. Breach as in the instruction is clear. It says you must beg, you must count, you must beg on the scene, you must call LCRC. So it's an important requirement. There's a departure from that requirement. It's not complied with. And yet it's not in the investigation diary, the explanation why that happened. It's not recorded anywhere. And Mbanga is not here, so he can't explain why it's not in the diary, but the two of you who are here give this explanation, and you say, curiously, you say, no, we didn't discuss it on the spot, it's my own observation. Well, it's exactly in the same terms as Jacob, and it's a matter of curiosity at the very least, but of concern.
It could also be, Chair, that maybe he also observed what I observed. Not only us in conspiring, maybe in trying to plot something. It could also be that what I was observing is the very same thing that he was observing.
Yeah, okay, that's your answer, thank you.
Colonel, I just want to understand, I think earlier we had some issue about the details about ORS members that were present.
I'm sorry about that, Chair.
No, that's fine. Yeah. down your statement at paragraph 20, at paragraph 11, you then identify the members. You identify Sergeant Govender and Sergeant Mkhize. Where were these members? Where are they attached?
They are working at the harbor. That is why they are ORS members.
Oh, so these are the ORS members that were present. And where do you get, sorry?
Sorry to interject.
No, apologies.
These members, they report at the harbor, ORS.
Yes. So earlier on when we had this discussion, it was about the names of the peoples that were there, right? These ones came after Sergeant Govender and Sergeant Mkhize.
They came after what?
When you were leaving, they were not present at the breaking of the seal.
These two were not the only two members that were there from the harbor. There were a group of members from the harbor. Kelly Jacob went and requested assistance in terms of them providing us with transport. So these are the two that came from those that were there at the harbor, at the depot, I'm sorry.
So I just want to know, when these members, there's an area where you say, at paragraph 9, when you said there were these people that were present when the seal was broken. I just want to verify whether Sergeant Govender and Sergeant Mkhize were present then or not.
I retracted my statement to say all the ORS members, they came after the seal.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. And just for clarity, when you say harbor and ORS, you mean the same thing?
It's the same thing, yeah.
Okay. Can I move to the Ispingo commissioners? You finally covered.
No,
Commissioner
feel
Mane.
free to,
Okay.
No, feel free to.
Yes. Okay.
It's not 1 o'clock yet.
Okay. No, that's fine. You then, there was a backup that was called and then you traveled to Isipingo.
Yes.
And you loaded the exhibit bags. Were you using gloves or not gloves at the time?
We were using disposable gloves.
Disposable gloves, okay. Then you were traveling. How many vehicles were there?
Commissioner, Chair, it was 3 vehicles. It was the Hyundai H1 that was carrying all the exhibit with the members from ORS, and the Golf that I was driving with myself, Kenny Jacob, and Warren Sampangase, and Captain Dumas Corolla behind us.
Okay. So Duma was driving alone and then the 3 of you were driving together to Ispingo.
To Ispingo, yes.
Right. You had an earlier interaction with Commissioner Baloyi about whether Colonel Jacobs briefs you about what now needs to happen and who must play which role. And that discussion at least didn't include you. Correct, am I?
Yes.
Now, on the car, or in the car rather, as you are traveling, does Colonel Jacob brief you and Pangase as to what will then happen when you arrive? What's his plan?
He indicated that due to the fact that we did not have enough bags, we must proceed to Ispingo so that we can gather more bags and bag the exhibits. That is what we are going to do there.
So, when you were, it was common cause that obviously there were no bags at the depot, right? And
we had bags, but they were not enough Remember, the information that we had received was 27 bricks. So we had bags that could accommodate 27 bricks.
So you did not use any of those bags? You just,
No, we didn't use
you
them.
didn't use it? And who was with those bags? Did Colonel Jacobs come with them?
No. They were in the car that I was driving.
Or they were in just
Yeah,
in
they
your
were
car?
in the car.
Okay.
Normally, we have exhibit bags in our car.
Okay, and then in terms of, so Jacob and Bangase, was there a discussion about exhibit bags, rather, let me put it that way, earlier on? Or you discovered when you were there that this is not enough what I have, or what you have?
I don't recall, but I knew that I've got bags that can manage 27.
And when do you make this discovery?
It was not a discovery. I knew that I'm carrying forensic bags, the reflector jacket in the car.
So is it as, I'm trying to distinguish whether it's as you leave your office.
No.
Okay.
When we were informed by Duma that we needed to go and seize about 27 bricks, then I knew that I had bags that can accommodate 27 bricks.
Okay, so you were just inadvertently, it's just that you had bags in your car.
Yes.
Otherwise, no one else had arranged for bags.
No one talked about bags.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then throughout the process, there was a discussion about these bags that you had, and that they were not enough.
I'm not getting your question.
So I'm saying, when you determine whether these bags are not enough, when you were counting, I didn't get a sense that you factored that, no, these bags that we have are not enough.
I knew that the bags are not enough.
Okay, and did you discuss that with anyone?
I don't recall discussing it with them.
Okay, so you then you are traveling to Ispingo, and then you arrive there, right?
Right.
When you get off the car, right, where does Colonel Jacobs go? Does he go anywhere, or who goes to the inside the police station, rather?
Firstly, it was Colonel Jacobs who went and called the SAP-13. And then he came back with Warrant Officer Perumal.
Okay, so Warrant Officer Perumal was the SAP-13 clerk?
Yeah.
Okay. Chair, it is 2 minutes. I think it's gonna get too involved.
All right, let's adjourn and resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, my voice is also getting into the afternoon. I'll try and speak up though. Just on administrative points, and there was some debate about which photos were obtained or were in the file that were available in relation to this matter. And we've been able to get the photos, and we've handed them up. We request you hand them up, but they're already in your files, updated in the third file as Exhibit CJC 271 at the end of File 3 and CJC 272. That's File 3.
File 3.
Yes. And the index was updated.
The Jacob Exhibit File 3.
Yes, it's a, yes. Just wanted to make sure it's the Jacob
CJC number?
271 and 2. So there was some discussion around the photos that were taken, and just to deal with those questions, I think, commissioners, you may have wanted to ask about the layout of the depot and all of this. So these are the only photos that we have. And the witness bundle may have, is updated. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And
Chair, these are not all the photos that I took on the day.
Or they are not all.
They're not all them, yeah.
Okay.
So they are short. I took a bit more than what is here. So I took quite a bit.
are you able to get those photos? Do you still have them in copy?
I will have to try. I can't commit because I've changed the handset. I'll have to see maybe and try. If I get something, then I can also forward it to the commission.
Okay.
Colonel, these ones were taken by you, the ones that we see here.
Yes.
Can I just make a comment or an observation? Even the quality is not great, as you can see, which more reason why qualified people should be taking crime scene photos, because the quality of these photos is not great.
Look at 976, Colonel, and 977.
I think also the printer that was used also.
Yeah,
Because on the phone they were appearing nicer.
I do know also when you blow up the pictures, you lose the quality. Yeah, I would be surprised that you would not have been able to capture the seal number on the one at 977, because I'm sure that's what you wanted to do there.
Yeah, I captured that one. I had to make sure.
But I'm saying it's not showing though, but I would be surprised that you would not have tried to do your best to capture it. Yeah.
Can we perhaps, maybe just to be clear, out of the pictures we'll go through, it's just to let us know which ones do you think that you took? Or are you not able to do that?
Chair, I will be lying if I say I can still identify the photos that were taken by me.
Yeah.
But like that one specifically, I remember that one, it was taken by me.
Which one?
The one that was shown there, the last one.
Oh, all right.
That one.
That one.
That one I took.
I hope you're not claiming it because it looks so beautiful.
No, Chair.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Can we just go to page 970?
970.
Same file 900.
Yes,
70,
same
I'm
thing.
sorry.
Yeah. Are you there, Kenno?
970. I don't see, please assistant. I don't see 970. But 988 here. Oh, thank you so much. I'm there, Chair.
So you see there, that's the, is that the container, do you confirm that's the container that was being the subject of this investigation, so to speak?
Yes.
Yeah. And you said earlier that there were containers that it was stacked up and all of this. It's not very clear. Do you recall there's another picture of this container that you took?
No, Chair, it's clear when you look at my left, right corner there on top, you see that's another container there on top. You see, the red one there on top.
But I suppose the question is it on top of this one, I think? Oh,
Obviously,
so on this one, this was placed separately?
Yeah, it was placed on the ground. It
On the
couldn't be-
ground.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're saying, so the point you're saying is that at least around,
There were containers.
the other containers were stacked up?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So this one was the only one sort of taken up, that was one level?
I'm not getting you, Chair.
So I'm saying this container, right? Was it the only one that was on the ground or without anything on top? Any other container on top?
I don't recall, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. Apologies, I just want to find my bearings on the affidavit. Okay, so we were at a point when we broke for lunch where we were dealing with the transportation of the exhibits to Isipingo police station. And you were at a point where you said Colonel Jacobs went inside and came back with Warrant Officer Perumal.
Yes.
All right. In your statement that is dealt with at paragraph 12 of the first file of the statement, can you go there?
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Sorry, can we just clarify? You, at the end of paragraph 10, the very last sentence, and I just want to get a clarification from you. Paragraph 10, the very last sentence, you say, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob informed us that we should proceed to Isipingo SEPS. He requested members from ORS Harbour to assist us. And then in paragraph 11, you then say all the 27 bags were loaded onto the ORS marked vehicle. And then you say, on arrival at the police station, we parked the vehicles. Perumal was called. We started to offload the bags. And then you say we started placing exhibits on the ground and started counting. Who is doing the counting? Because it's a bit it's not clear to me where you say ORS was called to assist at the harbor, at the depot, and then you went with them, and then we then say we started counting. Who is doing the counting?
We offloaded the bags. We DPCI members, we were doing the counting.
So ORS was not counting?
No, they were not
They
counting.
were not part of your counting?
They were observing while we offloaded the bags, and also when we started counting, they were there.
Okay, but they left before you finished?
I wouldn't say they left before we finished, but they were there when we were counting. I think they were also waiting for a 13 number.
Well, that's not what they say. You see, again, you and Colonel Jacob, in your statements, you say that. You say they were there and they were part of the counting. At some point in his evidence, he says, well, they observed, they were standing around. So there's that commonality in your statements. You both say that. But the ORS and Colonel Jacob did amend his position when we engaged him. The ORS people, in their statements, they say they got there, your bags were offloaded and they left to go and carry on with their job. So the waiting for the SAP 13 doesn't come into it, because they say it wasn't their operation. They were just a lift to you. They were not helping with your operation.
They assisted us in offloading the bags.
Yes.
When we started counting, they were still there,
Yeah.
Chairperson.
And then now you say they waited for an SAP 13, you are making them part of the counting then. That's what it must mean, that they become part of that operation. And what I'm putting to you is Warrant Officer Govender and Mkhize say, offloaded the bags and went on back to their job. And the issue I'm taking with you is you and Colonel Jacob say they were there in your statement. They were helping you with the counting, because that's what you're saying to us in the statement. We started counting. You said they were brought in to help, and then you then started counting. So you make them part of the counting. They clearly, in their statements, say the bags were offloaded and we left.
I don't agree with that, Chairperson. They were there when we were counting. One Officer Perumal was also there.
No, I'm not talking about Perumal. I'm talking about ORS.
Yes, they were there when we were counting.
You insist they were there?
I insist that they were there.
Even though Jacob did amend his position in his oral evidence, that he thinks they were there when you started, but yes, he agrees they did leave. They didn't stay on for the complete counting.
According to
insist.
I'm sorry to interject, Chair. According to my recollection, they were there up until we finished counting. Then they left.
Okay.
I might be mistaken, but according to my recollection, because it's been 5 years now, but I think they were there up until we finished.
Is not the explanation maybe also possibly that what you said earlier, that you discussed, you would discuss with Jacob as your superior about this operation, and maybe that's where this comes from, this commonality?
I wouldn't say that, Chair, but I'll be lying if I can say to you we never had a conversation with this discussion. We work on the same floor. Our offices are next to each other.
Yes.
But we did not discuss the statements.
You see, the other thing about it is Mpangase doesn't say that ORS assisted in the counting. So Mpangase, the two ORS people, they don't speak of them. In fact, the ORS people tell us what they did. And then Mpangase doesn't include them in the counting. It's you and Colonel Jacob who involve them in the counting. And in fact, in oral evidence, Colonel Jacob amended his position, which was initially like yours. And he said, yeah, maybe they were there. Yeah, actually, I think something to that effect. They were there when we started counting, and they, of course, left off to do their work. What concerns me is you go so far as to say that they waited for an SAP 13 as if now they were part of the operation, when in fact they were not.
Chair, they were there.
So were they part of the operation according to you?
If you contribute, you are part of the operation. You might not stay there the full time or the full duration of the operation. For the mere fact that they loaded the bags from CSC depot to SAPS's Pingo, they became part and parcel of the operation.
According to you. And so they must
They
have
played
a-
their role. They played
Sorry,
their role.
I do apologize. So they must have a record. They must, if they've done things properly, there has to be a full accounting of their role in the operation, because they are part of an operation.
They must be able to explain their involvement.
No, I'm not asking about them being able to explain their involvement. I'm asking you about the records. We know you've got a pocketbook.
Yes.
We know entries. I think earlier you said to Commissioner Kumalo that in the office now there's a book where you write down what is the operation book or diary or something. I think you said that, yes. So I'm asking that kind of question, that if they were part of an operation, they must have a record of their own, of their participation, what they saw, what they got involved with, what they did.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chair.
Okay, maybe let me mention to you that Colonel Jacob, who was in charge of the scene, accepted that they were not part of the operation. He accepted that all that they did was to give you a lift, to give you the drugs a lift. So they provided you with transport to take, and that's what they were called for. That's what they say in their statements. That's what he says. They were called for that. They helped transport this consignment to Isipingo. He accepts that was their limited role. You put them as part of an operation that to a point where you say they waited for the SAP 13, I think you say, yes. So there's that big difference. Apart from the fact that Mpangase does not mention them as part of his operation, he mentions you and Jacob and Duma. Doesn't mention them as part of an operation, including in the counting. You're the only one that is mentioning them as part of the operation to the point of waiting for an SAP 13.
Okay, Chair, maybe let me remove the word, say, part of the operation, but they participated in the operation.
By giving the drugs a lift.
By conveying the drugs from the depot to the police station.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just want to find out. So you're saying your version is that they didn't participate in the counting, or they did?
I'm still standing firm that they were there when we were counting drugs.
Okay. Just on that issue, can we go to Exhibit 244?
244.
Page 627.
Page 67.
627.
627.
Yes. Should be the second file. File 2.
Two four seven.
627.
627.
Yeah, it's CJC 244.
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
That's the statement of Sergeant Governor. At paragraph 5, he contradicts or he disagrees, unless maybe I read this differently. He says Sergeant Mkhize and I, together with other DPCI members, transferred these black bags from the container into the H1 marked state vehicle that I was driving. And then it says, I counted 27 such bags, right? This is now where? In the depot. Then we were escorted by Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and his team to Isipingo SAP, where we assisted in offloading the black bags. The DPCI members were busy counting the bags, the yellow and black bricks of suspected cocaine when we left the scene. Would you say he's wrong in this statement?
This is according to his version. I mean, if I remember well, when we finished counting, they were there. That is why I put it in my affidavit. So I'm unable to say that his affidavit is wrong or right.
Okay. Oh, so your version is that when you finished counting, they were still there?
They were still there.
Okay. Right. Then just to go on to, you can put that file away for, well, not too far, for now.
Perhaps for completeness and to see the extent of their observations, he says, second last sentence, from my observations, each bag contained approximately 20 such bricks. I don't know whether that's from observing, counting, or from looking and estimating. I'm saying the last bit that I just said now because of the use of approximately. Because if he had actually seen the counting, he would say each bag contained. Anyway, please continue, Mr. Skakan.
Yes, so that's the, I think it makes the point. But the witness obviously is saying that's his version. When you were at on your paragraph 12 of your statement, you indicate that, or you state that Warrant Officer Perumal and Colonel Jacob had a discussion about the space, right? And in particular, you said Warrant Officer Perumal talking to Lieutenant Colonel Jacob, stating that they do not have space to store these drugs. I'm just interested in that, at that point. Now, were you able to hear clearly the discussion between the two of them such that you can be positive about this discussion?
Yes, Chair. Initially, when he came and saw the number of bags, he said, so much. Yo, I don't have space.
And that was in the presence of Jacobs, yourself, and Perumal, and everyone else, or?
Remember that he was working with Kenneth Jacob coming from, and we offloaded the bags now. When the drugs were taken out of the bags, he said, yo, so much, I don't have space.
That exclamation of yo sounds so African. But who is to say that he doesn't know he doesn't know yo, or even isiZulu for that matter?
It comes from the kingdom of the Zulus, Chair.
Sorry?
It comes from the kingdom of the Zulus.
I know. That's why I said the last. That's why I said the last bit, Kenneth.
Yeah.
So you could hear him clearly saying that he didn't have space.
Didn't have space. I heard him clearly.
And what would be your version? What would be your position if Warrant Officer Perumal says such a discussion on engagement never took place?
Hey, I will say the man is a liar. Why will we call? Why will we call Kenny Jacob? Contact our commanders, informing them that we do not have space, whereas we are at the police station.
Okay, can we go to that file we're busy with, CJC 243, still file 2?
Trial 2,
Yes,
CJC.
243,
Yes, I'm there.
page 593.
593. 593. 593. Yes. Yes, I'm there.
Page 593.
Yes.
At the bottom, at the bottom, towards the bottom, paragraph 4.
Yeah.
This is the statement from Perumal. He says, Colonel Jacob did not tell me that he wanted to store the exhibits in the station, SAPS 13 storeroom. Rather, he said they have a safe place where they will store them. And then he says, there was enough space at the station to accommodate the said exhibit. I did not implicitly indicate to Colonel Jacob that there was no space to store large amounts of drugs. If he was not satisfied by what he alleged I said to him, he could have approached the station commander and informed him his problems about the exhibits. He did not do that because his intention was not to store them at the station. What would be your comment on that version from Warrant Officer Perumal?
I think this paragraph is not speaking the truth. And I can tie this paragraph also with the issue of the bags. As a very experienced SAP 13 clerk, if he had bags, why did he allow the exhibit to be booked in without bags? Because once you are a custodian of the SAP 13, regardless of rank or what, you are in charge of the SAP 13. Then he accepts exhibits that are not put in the forensic specs.
We know they were not in bags and they were booked in. What is the point you're making? We know they were not. And you took them from there without them being in bags, and yet you had booked them into SAP. So I'm really asking a question to understand what is the point of your rhetorical question. If there were no SAP, if they were not bagged, why did he accept them? What is the point you're making?
I'm saying, as a person who's responsible for the SAP 13, why is he allowing the drugs to be entered in the 13 without forensic specs?
Are you saying he should have refused? Because they were not, maybe you don't understand what I'm saying, or what I'm trying to understand from you. We know these exhibits were not in bags on that day. You and Jacob, or whoever was in charge, did not bring bags. You did not phone around stations to say, can we get bags, which Jacob accepts. You didn't do. But you booked them in anyway without bags. So I'm trying to understand, are you criticizing him for allowing the booking in without bags? Or are you saying, you can't be saying the bags were there? That's why he accepted them to be booked, the exhibits to be booked in. I don't understand what is the meaning of your rhetorical question of why did he accept them if there were no bags?
Chair, I think Warrant Officer Perumal is not stating the truth that there was space at the station.
Do you know that there was no space?
That's
Did
what
you know at the time? Let me ask you differently. On the 22nd of June, did you know that there was space in the police station?
I didn't know. I only heard Peruman saying that there is no space.
So why do you say he's not telling the truth when he says there was space if you didn't know as a fact on the 22nd that there was space?
Chair, he cannot say to us there is no space. Then he comes and writes an affidavit that there was space. That is why I'm saying I do not agree with this paragraph.
But you see, he says he was never asked by Jacob about space. He says there was never such a discussion about space. So read that paragraph in that context, that he says, no such discussion. I was never asked for space. And maybe before you answer further, let me mention to you that Colonel Jacob, like you in his statement, says there was a discussion about space. But when he testified, he said, yeah, you know, it's quite possible that I'm mistaken. Actually, I was thinking about previous conversations, other busts, when there was an issue about space. Maybe I inferred, that's the language he also uses, that maybe something in that discussion with Perumal, I inferred that it means he doesn't have space, but yeah, actually, I don't remember expressly or explicitly is the language he uses, asking him for space.
Chair, I also did not say that Kenneth Jacobs asked Peruman about the space. I said Warrant Officer Peruman said he didn't have space.
Why would you say I don't have space if he wasn't asked
After
for
seeing
space?
the quantity of the drugs, Chairperson, he then says, oh, I don't have space. That is why I put this on my affidavit, because that's what I had.
Okay. You see, for me, the other curiosity is Mpangase doesn't say anything about that on such an important issue. You will agree it's an important issue because the national instruction does require you to do all of this at the police station, right, where the crime occurred. Now, the diary of Mpangase doesn't record such an important fact that would explain the anomaly and irregularity of taking these exhibits to Port Shepstone. How did they land in Port Shepstone? There's no record of that. It's you, and it's only you and Jacobs in the written statements who say this, but now it's only you because Colonel Jacob in his testimony ended up retracting his firm position and saying, actually, I don't remember explicitly asking him or having a discussion with him about space. So now it's just you who's insisting that there was a discussion about space.
Even on my previous statements, Chair, I've indicated the same. I'm still standing by it. I heard Warrant Officer Peruman saying he's got no space.
Can I show you, just follow up on Commissioner Baloy's at page 648? That's where you find Colonel Jacob's statement where he expressly says that he did not engage Perumal as regards the issue of storage space. Page 648. At paragraph 6, do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
So you see he says he did not engage with Perumal as regards the issue of space.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah, so it's not a question of asking, he says there was no engagement. And then before I hand over to Advocate Skakan, because he was engaging you on Perumal's statement. Perumal's very first statement is on 647, so one page before where we were now. And at paragraph 2, Perumal says, on the 22nd of June 2021, I was approached by Colonel Jacobs from DPCI who informed me that they recovered huge quantity of drugs from CHC containers in Prospecton, and they want to book it into our sub-13 register and sign for it and take it away.
Yes, I can see that.
So the intention all along was just to book it and sign and take it away. There was never an intention to store it at Isipingo.
I wouldn't know what was the intention, but initially when Warrant Officer Perumal saw the drugs, he said those words that I'm saying. I've never, so much, I don't have space. I cannot retract from that, Chairperson. I had it and I placed it there.
It's quite curious that Jacob's first statement, he doesn't mention that Perumal said, I don't have space. It's quite curious.
I think for a change, Chairperson, it is good that myself and Jacob were saying different things, because all along we've been saying one and the same thing. Now I think this is good that he's saying something, I'm saying something.
The other thing about this is, on the point that Commissioner Kumalo is discussing, pointing out to you now about the Perumal saying they were going to sign in and out, is in fact, on other evidence that we have seen of the SAP 13, the exhibits are signed out for analysis, not because of space. He doesn't, whoever completed that SAP 13 doesn't say, because we have no space, we're taking it to storage. He says we're signing it out for analysis. That is not consistent with what you have in your statement and what you are insisting on here, that there was an intention to keep them there. There was never an intention to keep them there, and with further confirmation is the SAP 13 that signs it out. It's for analysis.
Chair, I did not view the SAP 13 while we were at Sipingo. I assume that Warrant Officer Mpangase is a very seasoned SANAP investigator. So he would have made an SAP 13 entry that is correct.
No, the point that you may be missing, made to you, is it is not true that there was an intention ever to keep these exhibits at Isipingo. And what we are doing is showing you other evidence that points to that, and therefore that contradicts you. And the last one that I'm Commissioner Kumalo has referred to Perumal and to Jacob, right? I've also done the same, referred you to Jacob and told you what Perumal said. The evidence leader has done the same. And the last thing in that stream of facts that have been established from the documents is the SAP 13, where a reason for taking out these exhibits is given as for analysis. So it was never the intention to keep them there. That's all we are pointing to you, that you are the lone voice in all of this. It wasn't your operation, someone was in charge, you were there to help. As matters stand now, in this minute, you are the only one that is saying that there was an intention to keep these specimens there, and they were not, these exhibits, and they were not kept because Perumal said, I don't have space.
Maybe I can agree with you, Chair, on that one, that maybe I wasn't aware of maybe a plan that you are saying of not keeping exhibit there. But according to me, when we were at the station, the intention was to store the exhibit.
That's what you thought. You thought.
I wouldn't, yes, I thought the intention was to store exhibit at the police station.
Thank you.
All right, just lastly, and again, to be fair to you, Colonel Jacob's statement before the commission, he refers to his previous statements, and then he says, my members on the scene have since reminded me that Warrant Officer Perumal explicitly refused to keep the exhibits on the day, and that I should have been aware of the same. I hope to explain the reason for this discrepancy, confusion in due course. Now, you are the only member who seems to be aware of this discussion with Perumal. I take it from this statement then that it is you who reminded Colonel Jacobs of the conversation with Perumal.
He asked me about it. Then I told him, you can go back to my statements that were submitted in 2022. I heard Perumal saying he's got no storage.
So he asked you this before he came to the commission?
We were not even, I'm sure it was before we were even summoned to appear to the commission.
But when was it, more or less? You don't have to be specific in terms of date and month. You can say early this year or late last year.
It must be early this year.
Early this year.
Yeah.
So he asked you, and then you said to him, yes, you had the discussion with Perumal. Perumal said they don't want to keep the exhibit.
I heard Perumal saying he's got no space.
Yeah. So it is you who told Jacobs this early this year?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I keep saying Jacobs. It's Jacob.
Jacob.
I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. So Jacob does not necessarily remember what he was discussing with Perumal, but you reminded him.
I'm not saying that he does not remember what he was discussing. I'm saying I heard Perumal saying he's got no space.
Okay. Now, in your statement, if you go to the same file, page 634, so you have to be that should be CJC 244.
CJC 244. 633. 633.
But I'm more interested in the following page, right? And will you accept that at paragraph 9 in particular, this is now where you talk about, that you start talking about what happened in Isipingo. The third sentence there says, on arrival at the police station, we parked the vehicles on the parking lot and started to offload the bags, all the bags, place them on the floor. Warrant Officer Perumal of SAP 13 was called to the parking. We started counting the amount of bricks from 27 bags, 541 bricks suspected cocaine, and all exhibits were entered into. So at this point, there is no discussion about storage space or exhibit bags. You accept that? So this is your statement.
It was when the exhibit were taken out of the bags. That is where Warrant Officer Perumal said, so much drugs, I don't have space.
Yeah, so my point is different. I'm saying, but that is not contained in this statement.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And why is that the case?
I think, Chair, maybe Can I also view my further statement?
Yes, that's where we'll go. That's at page 645. So we agree here there is no reference to that. At page 645, this is your further statement,
645.
correct?
Sorry, Mr. Skaka. What's the date of the one starting at
It's January,
633?
it's 27 January 2022.
Okay. Okay, then you said the next one is at 645.
Yes,
645.
it's a shorter statement.
No, but on the further statement now, I'm clarifying it as I was requested by the IO.
Just wait, let's just get there.
You are clarifying where? I'm sorry.
Chairperson, I'm clarifying it on paragraph 4,
Just
Of,
hold on.
of the one at 645.
645, yes.
Just let's just get there so that for the record, we are clear. The second statement is at 645. Now, that's when you start talking about at paragraph 4.
Remember, Chair, when I submitted the initial statement, Captain Machau came in the morning and told me by 2 I needed to submit a statement.
Sorry, this is when?
I think on the day I submitted a statement.
So this is,
The initial statement.
27 January.
Yes.
Okay.
He came and said I needed to submit a statement. I drafted a statement and I submitted a statement.
Okay.
He then came back some other time, I cannot recall when it was. He said to me,
This statement is now 10 May, it would seem, but May 2022, some 4 months or so later.
then he came back requesting me to clarify these aspects. I did that. You can even go through my paragraph 3 there.
Okay, yeah, please just read your paragraph 4
On the
into the record, yeah.
On 2021-06-22, the day of the seizure, while at the SAP-SCC ping, I overheard the SAP 13 clerk, Warrant Officer Peruma, talking to Kenneth Jacob, stating that they do not have space to store the drugs. Thereafter, I overheard speaking over the phone, indicating that we require a place to store drugs. After deliberation, Colonel Jacob informed us that the brigadier had indicated that a team will arrive to escort the drugs. So
Sorry,
now
complete.
I overheard Kenneth Jacob talking on the phone.
No, I think where did you stop? You stopped that would arrive.
Would arrive to escort the drugs for a safekeeping in Potchefstroom.
Okay, all right. But now this is adding effect altogether of this discussion or between Warrant Officer Perumal and Colonel Jacob. So when you say it's a clarification, what do you mean? Is it clarifying something before, or because I see it as an addition of the facts?
But, Chair, if you go to my paragraph 3, I was requested by Captain Mojera to submit a further statement to the one I submitted to them before as per a file, inquiry file 28 of 6/2021. They indicated that I need to clarify some aspect of my affidavit. They must have been point out the aspect that I needed to clarify. Hence, I'm only clarifying these two.
Okay, so what may have probably happened, just giving you the benefit of the doubt, is that they gave you this date and say, can clarify or add more detail to it.
Yes.
I'm saying,
I don't recall exactly, but the way I'm writing it here, it's obviously saying that they pointed out the issues that they want me to clarify.
Okay. Now, the version here...
Sorry, before. Colonel, did you know that ordinarily those exhibits ought to have been kept in Isipingo?
Yes. According to my knowledge, all the exhibits are kept in the police station of jurisdiction.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the difficulty I have with your earlier statement, the one of 27 January 2022, is that you refer to Warrant Officer Perumal, the SAP 13 clerk, being called to the parking lot. And then you say you started counting all the way down to finalizing that process. And then, sort of randomly as it were, and with no explanation, you say, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob indicated that he has spoken to Brigadier Nyuswa about a safe place to keep the exhibits. Yeah. What I find difficult to follow is, why did you not include this important detail that you say you were aware of, which is that these exhibits ought to have been kept in Isipingo? When you jump in that statement to Lieutenant Colonel saying, these, according to Brigadier Nyuswa, these must be taken to some safe place. How do you not explain the prescript that you say you were aware of? Why do you not explain that in this statement and say they were not kept at Isipingo because the clerk, the SAP 13 clerk, did not have space? And then as an alternative, which you say in paragraph 11, as an alternative, Brigadier Nyuswa then came up with some safe place elsewhere. It was so obvious for you to explain what ought to have been done in accordance with the prescripts. You don't say it. You only say it in a later statement. And which is prompted by whoever it is that required of you to give some quote-unquote clarification. Why would you not have stated something so obvious?
I think, Chair, it's an omission. That is why we tender oral evidence to clarify all other evidence or explain or elaborate more.
Who do you say, maybe you do explain, I didn't see just now, who do you say required you to give clarification?
Who required me to give
clarification?
It's kept...
Pursuant to which you then made your May 2022 statement. Am I correct?
It's the investigating officer, Captain Marshall.
Did he specifically tell you in what respects your statement did not state everything it ought to have stated?
He just told me I needed to clarify the issues. I remember it was the issue of the story.
I want a clear and direct answer. Did he specify the issues on which he required clarity?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us what those were?
Those issues that I needed to clarify is paragraph...
No, issues, not paragraphs.
No,
issues.
I want to refer you to a statement now.
Okay.
To my further statement.
Okay.
Please give me the page number of the further statement.
645.
He needed me to clarify, Chairperson, the issue, what happened on the day of the seizure when we went to Isipingo. He also needed me to clarify...
That's too broad and generalized. It doesn't really identify an issue. Did you hear me?
I'm trying to respond, Chairperson.
I'm saying what you've just read now, or what you've just said now, is too broad and generalized and does not identify an issue. And what I've asked for is for you to please specify the issues on which clarity was required.
He indicated to me that Warren Perumal is not agreeing with what we are saying, that there was no space at the police station. So we needed to clarify more.
And at that stage, the investigating officer is now Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. It's no longer.
No, it was Mashao by this time.
Okay. And what did he know about that? For him to have required clarity on that issue, what did he know about that? I assume that Lieutenant Colonel Jacob would not have told him anything about that, or not?
I never had a discussion with him.
So, okay. And you have not stated it in your earlier statement?
In my initial statement.
Yes. Now, what would have caused him to say, please give clarity around what Perumal said about the availability or non-availability of space at the city? What would have prompted that? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. What would have prompted it?
I think, Chair, it was because maybe Perumal was denying the issue that the storage was requested. That is why he wanted me to clarify more.
Okay. All right.
But up to that point, Perumal, Jacobs, and yourselves were not disagreeing, because all your three statements up to that point were, we booked these things in, we took them out. So why would he say Perumal is disagreeing with you? Clarify, because there was no disagreement up to that point. The disagreement only comes in when you make the second statement. I've taken you to Jacobs' first statement. You saw that he says there was no discussion, there was no engagement. I've taken you to Perumal's statement. He says there was no engagement. You did not mention the engagement in your first statement that you are being asked to clarify. So why would the new investigating officer who's investigating the theft in Port Shepstone say to you, clarify a non-existent dispute?
I wouldn't know, but I'm stating it also on my third paragraph here. I'm stating it on my third paragraph here. On Friday, approximately 12:20, I was requested by Colonel Mojela and Captain Muchenchana, but I don't know why didn't I add Captain Mashao, because I was communicating with him on the phone to submit a further statement to the one I submitted before. I'm trying to explain now what transpired on the day in issue.
That's not answering the question by Commissioner Khumalo.
Yes.
Commissioner Khumalo is saying the SAP 13 clerk, warrant officer Perumal, says he was never asked about this by Jacob. Oh, and then Jacob himself does not say that this was ever an issue between him and warrant officer Perumal. And then you too, in your earlier statement, do not say that this was ever an issue. There was counting, warrant officer Perumal is there. Once the counting is done, Colonel Jacob says, Brigadier Nyuswa has said that there's a safe place where these exhibits are going to be stored. All of you, all three of you are consistent on this. So all of a sudden, there's inconsistency, and then now Warrant Officer Perumal is standing all by himself in saying this was never an issue. You and Colonel Jacob has suddenly flipped or changed. All of a sudden, when with the two of you as well, there was never an issue around this. And there is this strange statement that says you were required to clarify What issue was there to clarify when everything was consistent amongst the three of you? That's the question. What was there to clarify?
If they did not need the statement, Chairperson, they were not going to take it. So it shows
No,
that
that's not, the question is not about what they required. The question is about why would it have been necessary at all? This has nothing to do with the people who asked you to clarify. Or rather, this has nothing to do with whether or not they would have accepted the statement, which is what you are addressing now. The question is, why would there have been a need to clarify something on which all the role players are agreed? Do you get that? You are one of the role players. Colonel Jacob is one of the role players. Warrant Officer Perumal is, although of course he appears to have been more an observer than anything else. All three role players are agreed on this issue. So why would there have been a need to clarify an issue on which there's no inconsistency, there's no disagreement? It doesn't make sense.
I understand, Chair, it doesn't make sense. But for the fact that I put it in my statement and I'm mentioning the people and the time, the investigation team also took the statement. They were not going to accept any statement that they did not request, which means the request was made.
Absent an explanation that makes sense, this later version by you and by Colonel Jacob appears to be concocted. The explanation you give doesn't make sense. And what Colonel Jacob says is, I was now reminded by my juniors that there was this interaction with Perumal. All of a sudden, he needs to be reminded on something so important. Surely he should know what the reason for going to Port Shepstone was. It could only be because Warrant Officer Perumal said to him, there is no space. There's no way he could forget something that important. So it's on that basis that I suggest to you that, subject to an explanation that is more reasonable than what you have told us, what you are telling us appears to be concocted. What is your comment?
No comment, Chair.
Thank you.
Can I perhaps suggest a possible explanation for that paragraph? The possible explanation, and I think the most likely, probable, is you were asked the question to clarify why the exhibits were not kept at Isipingo. What was the reason? You were likely asked that question, and you had to give what you considered a credible explanation. You then say, I heard Perumal and Jacob talking, that there is no space. That's why. And the next thing, Jacob had called someone on the phone, and then he said, we have now to take them to Port Shepstone, because you were asked to explain. And I want to point out to you that, in fact, in that clarification, you say you overheard Jacob talking to Perumal about this, that they do not have space. It's different, even if slightly. It's different from what you've actually said now as you're sitting there. You ended up saying, when he came out and he saw the bags, he said, yo, I don't have space.
So much.
That's what you said. When you were being probed on, but there was no asking, there was no refusal. When that engagement was happening with the commissioners, you said, yeah, he came out, when they called him, he came out and he said, yo, I don't have space, which is different from saying he was asked for space and he said, I don't have it. Chair, you remember Chair said, yo, it sounds like he's Zulu. It was more shock at seeing these, which is completely different from what you say in this clarification statement, which is you overheard them talking to each other. that he doesn't have space. So I want to suggest to you that you made up, in this clarification statement, you made up a reason why these exhibits end up not being left at Port Shepstone. And what you make up is to say they had a conversation, Jacob and Perumal said, I don't have space. That's what I want to suggest to you.
I hear you, Chairperson, but I don't recall exactly what was the reason for clarification. The bottom line, Chairperson, I was not in position to make a decision as to where the exhibit must be kept.
My colleague, Commissioner Baloyi, is being benevolent. The benevolence still doesn't answer the question why there would have been consistency among all of you and then suddenly two of you changed tack. So that answer to which in the end you said you had, or rather that issue to which in the end you said you had no answer remains. Thank you.
And the last point on this, I find it strange that Jacob, who was a party to the conversation, does not remember the conversation, and it is somebody who happened to overhear the conversation who must now remind him of a conversation to which he was a party. I just find that very strange.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you agree that it is strange? That he wouldn't remember and he would need you to remind him?
You find it strange?
Yes. Because he's the one having the conversation with Perumal. You are assisting with and you are removing the bags from the vehicle so that they can be counted. You happen to overhear his conversation with Perumal. But neither of them remember the conversation. And it is you who must remind them that the conversation took place. I mean, that is strange, right?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
It's just strange it's not just strange, it is problematic, given what we have referred you to. Your later statement about yes, there was a conversation is difficult to accept as true, in fact, because of everything that we have put to you. Right? As the chairperson says, there are three statements which don't speak to this conversation about storage. In fact, there's a statement where Jacob, that you say, had a conversation with Perumal, says, I never engaged him about this. Mpangase says nothing about it. He signs out, Mpangase signs out for analysis. So all of those things, they indicate that your account about this issue, it's not, it cannot be correct. It just can't be correct, your account, given everything else. That's the problem that there is.
I hear you, Chairperson.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Could you then on the same file go to, just to round up the issue, at page 591? Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Said page?
Sorry, let's start at page 589, which is the exhibit number is CJC 243.6. That's the affidavit by Colonel Jacob, and it's dated 9 November 2021. But what I'm more interested in is from page 590 at the bottom, the very last sentence of paragraph 10. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there, sir.
The last sentence says, I wanted to contrast with what your second statement and your current statement says. Colonel Jacob says, Warrant Officer Perumal implicitly indicated that they did not have space and it is the norm for large amounts of drugs to be poked out of the station SAP 13 for safe storage. Now, what do you see the difference between that, the implicit, and someone saying, yo, there's no space, or on the phone, or having a discussion? Do you see the difference between those three versions?
It might also be caused by the fact that this happened 5 years ago.
Yeah, so this one is 9 November 2021, and yours, the following one, is January, and then May.
I hear you, Chairperson.
So which one, and then which the chair was saying, Warrant Officer Perumal also has a different version to you, but what then suddenly changes is that from May, you then introduce this thing, and then Jacob himself then suddenly changes. Where the difficulty lies is then either they seem all to be saying no, but you are the one that seems to be certain. So the people you say were part of the discussion actually rule it out.
Okay.
But you say do you still maintain that position?
I maintain what I had.
Okay. Thank you. Then the next point I want to go through, still on the same thing, is the exhibit bags. So let me just put the paper aside.
Sorry. In a way, I'm taking you back. I don't know if we actually placed this on record, but of course, we did refer to it, even if we did not specifically refer to the actual wording. I hope I'm not repeating it. This is Colonel Jacobs's. Oh my gosh, it's unsigned. You'll probably not own it. The very first. I don't know if I need to say it. Did he disown it though?
No.
He accepted it. He accepted it.
I raised that issue and Advocate Silo took him through it.
Oh yeah.
And he accepted that this is his first
Okay.
statement.
Yeah. Just for your benefit on what I was engaging you on, and on which both my colleagues joined. What is this now? Yes. Paragraph 8 of that statement. It says.
Can I just?
Sorry, it's at page 575. Page
Yes.
575. The flag there is CJC 243.
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Yes. I'll just read from the second sentence. Warrant Officer Mpangase entered the exhibits into the Isipingo SAP 13. The member in charge of the SAP 13 was Warrant Officer Perumal. The exhibits were acknowledged by him and immediately booked out by Warrant Officer Mpangase. SAP 13, that refers. Oh, no, it does have that. It says the exhibits, no, it doesn't make the point. It says the exhibits could not be accommodated at the station and arrangements were made for it to be stored at a secure location in Port Shepstone. He does not say that Warrant Officer Perumal said that he could not accommodate them. He does not suggest that came from Warrant Officer Perumal. And indeed, he says he then had to be reminded by you about his engagement with Warrant Officer Perumal on this aspect specifically?
I hear you, Chairperson.
Yes.
In fact, just perhaps to complete in that where Advocate Kakane, Mrs. Kakane was referring you to where Jacob says Perumal implicitly indicated, you remember that statement you were looking at? Yeah. It concludes that paragraph by saying, I did not force the issue of storing the exhibits as I had reservations about the safety of the exhibits at the station. So it was never a thing that they were not stored there because Perumal refused.
The use of implicitly there suggests that there was no discussion, because if Warrant Officer Perumal had said so, he wouldn't say he said so implicitly. He would say he said. Do you get that as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you. So the point I think that flows naturally from that I wanted for us to go through is then the issue of the exhibit bags, right? Earlier on you had indicated that you had exhibit bags in the car, albeit they were not sufficient.
Yes.
And then now you are at TCP. Then in your statement, your current statement, that is, you say at paragraph 12 of your statement, you say, Warrant Officer Mpangase requested for the exhibit bags from Warrant Officer Perumal. Then you continue and say, however, he, that is Warrant Officer Perumal, indicated that he didn't have any forensic bags. Right? Now, I just want us, in light of this discussion, right, would you still maintain that there was such a discussion about the exhibit bags between Warrant Officer Perumal and Mpangase?
There was a discussion. Hence, I had to go to the judge office to request, because I was the only one who knew I had, I think, less than 5 bags that I had in the car.
Okay. So you then went to the charge office and requested by Warrant Officer Mpangase.
Yes.
To request the office, and then you were told, according to you, that there wasn't any forensic bags.
Yes.
Who told you that?
I find 2 sergeants there. One of them was a charge office commander.
Sorry, who?
Sergeants. I found sergeants. There were 2 sergeants in the charge office.
Sergeant who?
I did not take their name, but
Okay.
I remember I went to the church office, I requested for the bags, and then I was told they don't have bags. Then I returned back to the parking.
Right. Let me accept, for example, so your side, you had exhibit bags, right? Now,
Less than 5 bags I had.
less than 5.
Yeah, that could accommodate the 27 bricks.
And just correct me, you said generally, or maybe that's a stronger word, that members would have in the ordinary course exhibit bags.
Yes, we normally place exhibit bags in the boot at the boot of the state vehicles.
Okay. And where do you get those from?
We request at the station, sometimes at the office. Exhibit bags are an issue and they are not easy to get, more especially the bigger sizes.
Yes. Okay. I'd like to maybe request for your comment whether it is a possibility that a police station would not have an exhibit bag at all.
Depending on the size.
Okay. So in this case, your answer is that you said, I went to request for the bags at the church office. Members indicated that they don't have forensic bags.
Yes.
So you still maintain that?
Yes.
It's a possibility that the entire police station or any official or office member would not have any exhibit bag. But in all of this, you are the only one with with exhibit bags.
Not necessarily I'm the only one. I was the only one who was in possession of the state car at that time. So the bags normally sit at the boot of the car. So I know more or less what type of bags I've got in the boot of the car.
Now I'm saying with the entire police station, you wouldn't know for a fact, so you only relied on what they said.
I only relied on what they said at the church office.
Okay, and you say in your encounter, well, in your experience in the police force, is that possible? Other than, can it happen?
Yes, it can.
It does happen.
It does happen. Some police stations they don't have it.
Entirely.
Yeah.
And obviously, here at Pingo, I think we can agree. We don't need to test that. We can agree that they did store exhibits before.
Yes.
And with that as well, you would still maintain that that's what they didn't have.
Yes.
Okay. Can you then turn to...
Let me ask a question about this. Can you just explain to me, and it may well be it's a function of process, of your processes. You say in your statement that that Perumal said he doesn't have
Yes.
evidence bags,
Yes.
and then but you still go to the charge office to ask. If Perumal says to you, I don't have evidence bags, surely he speaks for the station. Why would you need still to go to the charge office to ask? Because you've got the evidence, what do they call it? Exhibit clerk says we don't have this size, and I'm prepared to accept from my engagement with you that it was a size issue, right? We're dealing with size. When if Perumal did say I don't have, it would have been him talking about size. I'm prepared to accept that. But you have been told by the exhibit clerk that there are no bags according to you.
Yes.
Why are you still going to the charge office?
Yeah, it happens, Chair, that when you engage the SAP 13 officer, you might not have bags, but when you go to the church office, like in Durban Central, you'll get bags. It might also happen when you engage the CSC members to say, give us bags, they don't have, but when you get to the SAP 13, you'll find bags. So I was just doing as requested to try and go and check at the church office.
So the evidence, the exhibit clerk retains evidence bags?
Not necessarily.
No, what do you mean not necessarily? I mean, sorry, I ask from not fully, not even fully, not knowing what in fact, apart from making sure the exhibits are there, they are properly registered, and making sure they are safe. I don't know that the exhibit clerk keeps empty exhibit bags. That's why I'm asking you this question.
That is why, Chair, I'm saying it differs. At some police stations, you'll get forensic bag from the exhibit clerks. At some police stations, you'll get bags from the members, operational members and detective. Everybody who uses bags in his daily duties might keep the bags.
So when Perumal says, I don't have bags, you didn't think he speaks for the station? You thought he's speaking for himself?
I thought he was speaking for himself. And I was also requested by Mpangasi to go and check the bags at the CSC. That's why I went.
Okay. And when you don't get them at CSC, because you've now been tasked
Yes.
with finding exhibit bags, when you don't get them, why do you not suggest, let's phone other police stations to bring them here, to try and source them so that they can bring them here? Because as you said previously when you were talking about Perumal, you said as an experienced SAP 13 clerk, he would know that to accept the exhibits into his SAP 13, they must be in evidence bags. Why did you not, as the person now tasked to find bags, why did you not say, I am phoning other stations? I don't have them from charge office. I'm phoning other stations to try and find them.
I could see that Warren Sampangasa has started completing the register, the SAP 13 now. So there was no need for me to even think of trying to source for the exhibit bag, because he had already started entering the exhibit in the SAP 13.
And that's why you didn't make the suggestion.
That is why I did not make the suggestion.
But you knew and understood that what was going on was wrong at that point. Please don't say no. I will not accept it as a truthful answer. Don't say no.
But Chairperson, if the custodian of the register is accepting that the drugs must be booked in without forensic bags, who am I to dispute that?
I'm not asking about the register. I'm asking you, as a police officer who knows about crime scenes, you told Chairperson previously, who has criticized Perumal in your discussion that he's a seasoned SAP clerk. Why would he accept without evidence bags, right? I'm asking you on that basis that you, today Colonel Sibiya, then warrant officer, you were warrant officer then, you knew as you stood there without evidence bags, you've been to the charge office, there are no evidence bags, you see warrant officer Mpangase completing the SAP 13 without these exhibits being put in evidence bags. I'm asking you, you knew as you looked at this that this is wrong. That's not how we are supposed to do it.
Chair, my senior was completing the SAP 13.
You thought there was nothing wrong with what your senior was doing? No, I don't know. We don't have all the time for you to go around in circles instead of answering a direct question. You started off earlier saying my senior, so I've heard you on that, and I've said, no, I'm not asking you about what your senior was doing. I'm asking you about what you thought of that. You've told us what your senior was doing, according to you. So accept that I accept that it was happening. What you're saying was happening at the time. Work on the basis that I accept the truthfulness of you saying that your senior went ahead and completed these things without evidence bags. I'm asking you a different question. As he was doing that, you knew that is contrary to national instructions. It is wrong what he is doing at that time. It's a yes or no answer. He may have an explanation why he was doing it. You may have an explanation why you didn't say anything to him. You have an explanation why you didn't call other stations to get those bags. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in, as you look at it, as it's happening, you knew what he's doing is wrong. Not what you are doing, but what your superior is doing is wrong. It's against what the books say we should do. You knew that. Okay, thank you.
But if I may add also.
Yes, you may.
Sometimes operationally you have to make decisions that are contrary to the national instruction. If the attempt failed to try and secure the forensic bags, then the next best thing is to book them in as they are.
You accept, as I think you must, that you cannot say there was a failure to obtain because you didn't call other stations. And I'm not blaming you. I'm not putting it to blame you. I'm saying you are at Isipingo, you know what the rules say. None of you said, let's call the other stations and then say, oh, we've tried. Nobody has it, then we have to do it the Mpangase way, right? You accept that?
I accept.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a yes or no answer? Is it fair to say that this whole problem that arose at Ispingo was because LCRC was not called to the scene to begin with?
Yes, it is fair.
Thank you.
How much longer do you think you're going to be, Mrs. Kakane? I'm asking because we have other important commission-related engagements, but I'm not unduly pressuring you. I just want to find out. And of course, if there's stuff that you think you can skip, then maybe you could consider that. But as I say, I'm not unduly pressurizing you.
Would 4 be a terrible time? Or
Yes, it's only 30 minutes, yes.
I will. That's my time.
Thank you.
I'll try to go through some of the issues. If you go, I think I wanted to take you to page 653. That is exhibit CJC 244.
653.
I just want to tie up the issue of the exhibit bags. And at least in
653.
yes, that's if you go, maybe just to start at 652, it will tell you it's an affidavit or statement by Warrant Officer Perumal, handwritten, right? At 653, he indicates that Lieutenant Colonel Jacob did not ask for forensic bags, right? I'm trying to make up the handwriting. Did not ask for forensic bags to package these exhibits. He only told me that they are waiting for his commander to arrive. I went back to my office and continued with my duties. And then what is important for your purposes is that he says, we had the forensic bags at the station that could have been used to package those exhibits if Lieutenant Colonel Jacob requested them from me. Now, what would be your comment to that version?
I think that Perumal, knowing the national instruction and as the custodian of the SCP-13, allowing exhibit to be booked in without forensic bags, then there is something that is not right there. It's a proof that the exhibit bag were not there. That is why he's accepting drugs without forensic bags.
Okay. Then there's two questions that I have, then we can move over from this issue. One is, the assumption is that he refuses or he says there's no space, right? Now, was that taken up with someone higher at the station?
I didn't take it up with anybody high.
Okay.
Please speak up.
I did not take it higher with anybody, but I don't know, maybe the Colonel Jacob maybe engaged somebody, I don't know, I wouldn't know.
Oh, so, sorry, you said Colonel Jacob?
I'm saying I wouldn't know if he engaged anybody higher than Perumal,
Okay.
but I did not engage anybody.
Okay, but would you accept that if Warrant Officer Perumal either refused to keep the exhibits or otherwise not complied, that would have been in breach of the national instruction?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the likelihood, I think, if there was this, I think we can conclude that all of these were anomalies in a sense, because they are non-compliant. So there would be significant point. One, the very police station where this exhibit must be stored, for one reason or the other, can't store them. Then the second point is they don't have exhibit bags, meaning a very important thing, according to the national instructions, two things can't happen, right? So would it not be prudent for that to be at least recorded somewhere?
It should have been recorded on the inquiry.
Okay. And just to confirm this, if you go to CJC 268,
File number?
file 3, apologies. Starting at page 800.
6 to 8. I'm there, Chair.
Okay. So this is, as you see, at page 800 is the investigation diary, right?
Yes.
Now, the investigator started investigating people was Jacob, Mbangase, and Jacob. Oh, sorry, Mbangase and Jacob.
But for me, I think, Chair, it is unfair to be given this inquiry because I was not the investigating officer. The two people that should explain the issue of the entries made here in the inquiry are Jacobs and Bangas. So for me, I played no role. There's not even a dot that I put in this inquiry. So I think, Chair.
So I think.
Wait for the question first. Let hear first what he's asking. I agree with you. You'll be surprised that it would be unfair to ask you to explain anything in the diary. So maybe let's wait for the question and see what you're being asked.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I don't mean to say he completed anything of the sort or to explain, and if he can't comment, that's fair enough. But the point I was making earlier on was that given these two serious breaches or anomalies that would have justified, in the ordinary sense, deviation from the national instruction processes, what you don't have in the investigation diary is anything that talks to that, right? And obviously you didn't complete it.
It shouldn't be. It should have been there.
Yes, that's the point I was just trying to.
Yeah,
Yes,
it should have been there.
It should have been completed in the normal sense. Okay, that's the point I was making. Though, thank you.
It wasn't directed at you so much. It was to give assurance to the witness.
No. Sure. Thank you. Then I'll move over with speed as well on the issue of. So you count the exhibits, right? And obviously, I'm not going to settle you with weighing and averaging the cocaine and all of this. It's not your area. But I want us to then just briefly talk about the decision to move to Potchefstroom.
Yes.
Right? Now, if I understood you, right, you were not involved in that decision.
I was not involved at all.
All right. And were you familiar with the offices and storage space in Potchefstroom?
I didn't even know that there is a storage place in Potchefstroom. It was the first time hearing it, that there's a walk-in safe in Potchefstroom.
Okay. So you, what did you assume? Did you assume it was offices? That's how your understanding was, that the exhibits were being taken to the offices.
Colonel Jacob indicated that Brigadier Nyuswa said the exhibit will be taken to Potchefstroom in a walk-in safe.
And obviously, they are not in sealed bags at this point.
Yes.
They are still in those
Canvas bags.
canvas bags, right? So you took no issue with that. So I'm saying you took no issue with that. It's your boss or your commander that says these must be transported to Potchefstroom.
Yes.
All right. And in your mind, did you not also, there's an issue about whether they are nearer police stations and all of these things. Did you have that in your mind that maybe Potchefstroom is far? Maybe we can consider other spaces. Were you part of that discussion?
No, I was not part of that discussion. It never crossed my mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you then go to, I'll take you to your paragraph 14, I'll skip this.
Yes.
What I'm interested in is you say when you, and I think it's common cause that then Warrant Officer Pangase took charge as Colonel Jacob left.
Yes. He's my senior. He was an investigating officer. And Colonel Jacob handed over to him.
Okay, so he's now in charge, but he's still your senior.
Yes.
And then you travel with him in the car.
Yes, I
Is
was.
the two of you?
Yes.
Okay.
From Ispingo.
From Ispingo, yes.
Yes.
And
Not the two of us. One of the guys from the trekking team also jumped in with us.
and who's that?
I'm forgetting the surname, but I can try and get it for you.
Okay, sure. Then in this discussion, now he's in charge. It's the whole thing I wanted to establish. Does he then brief you about the discussions, about why the exhibits are being stored there and all of this? What's the discussion around that? That's news. I mean, Pangase.
Remember that before Colonel Jacob departed, he told us that Brigadier Nyuswa said the exhibit will be taken to Potchefstroom for storage in a walk-in safe. Then I knew what's going to happen. Then when Pangasena was in charge, we waited for the escort. As soon as the escort arrived, Pangase briefed the escort to say that we've got drugs here, we need to load them in the vehicles, and we are escorting them to Potchefstroom.
Okay. And the time between Ispingo and the departing, how long was that?
The time between Isipingo,
Yeah, now you're finishing and now you're leaving, now you're departing to, okay, maybe let me ask it differently. I know when you arrived there, what time did you leave to Potchefstroom?
I'm not sure, Chair. I'll be lying if I say I still
Before
remember
lunch,
the time.
after lunch?
It was after lunch.
After 2?
Yes, after 2.
It was after 2, okay. All right. And the decision itself was taken before you, around what time?
I don't remember.
You don't recall?
I don't
Okay,
remember.
that's fine. Then you arrive at Potchefstroom DPCI offices, right?
Yes.
My interest is when you arrive there, you met General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuswa,
Yes.
the acting unit commander of Potchefstroom, and other members,
Yes.
right? And the way I read this, is that you arrived at the same time.
Yes.
And was General Sinona traveling with Brigadier Nyuswa, or they came in separate cars?
They were traveling together.
Okay. And where did they park?
They parked on the parking lots at Potchefstroom Organized Crime parkings there. Outside the office, there are parkings there.
Okay. I'll just ask, I do need to be pedantic on this point. Just one question around it. Okay. So when you were offloading the exhibits, right?
Yes.
Where you participated in the offloading,
Yes.
right? And the exhibits are still unsealed.
Yes.
And you handled them, right? All of you. How many were you at the time?
Hey, at that point in time, there were a lot of police officers there. Members from Potchefstroom and the members from the trekking team, quite a big team.
Yes.
And then myself and Pangase, the brigadier and the general, were also there.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be able to give a specific number.
Okay. And then when you loaded them in the walk-in safe, right? Where was General Sinona and Brigadier Nyuso? They were part of the offloading, or they sat outside?
They were standing next to the entrance door. If my memory serves me well, yeah.
Okay. Right. Then you go on, you say the acting unit commander.
Yes.
Who would that be? Prinsloo.
It's Colonel Prinsloo.
Okay. Handed over the keys to Warrant Officer Mpangase.
Yes.
Right? And then it's Mpangase who checks the door.
Colonel Prinsloo locks the door, Mpangase, and then checks the door.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, the exhibit are as they are, right? Now, in terms of the keys, according to your knowledge, was it appropriate, was there any documentation that was filled about handing over the key? Was there any formalities, or it was just, here are the keys?
I did not see any document being completed.
Okay. And do you think would that have been a requirement?
I think maybe the OP entry should have been made at the police station.
Yes.
At the offices there in Potchefstroom.
Yes.
To say the key is handed over to so and so, and whoever was receiving the key should have signed in the occurrence book.
I'll take you to that if there's any contestation, then there is a requirement that if someone is taking possession of a safe key, storage key, they must complete a document, it must be signed. But can you confirm that was not done, so we don't need to belabor the point?
I can't confirm that it was not done.
Okay.
Maybe it was done in their diaries. Maybe an entry was made, a person can sign also in the diary, not necessarily that the person can only sign on the occurrence book.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's fine. Then if I take you to the second file of the exhibit CJC 243.
Second file, CJC
243, page 584.
JC 243, Chair.
Yes, but at page 584.
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Yes, so this is the statement dated 25 November 2021 from Brigadier Nyuswa. Did you see that? Then I want to go to the following page at the bottom. It's paragraphs not numbered, 585, the very last paragraph.
Yes.
Now, somewhat, Brigadier Nyuswa seems to suggest rather, that when he arrived at the DPCI offices, the members, he says, let me just read it for the record. When we arrived at the Potchefstroom DPCI SOCI, the investigators had finished offloading the exhibits, and the exhibits were placed in the safe in the presence of Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. We were then shown the exhibits. The safe was then locked, and the safe key and the spare key was given to Major General Sinona for safekeeping. Right? Now, what would be your comment with his version? He doesn't seem to say you arrived at the same time. He seems to say it was after.
When we got there, they were there.
So, sorry, just pick up here.
I'm saying when we arrived in Potchefstroom, they were there.
Okay, so this version.
We arrived at the same time.
Okay, so he would be wrong in this version.
I cannot respond on his affidavit, but I'm saying when
They are contradicting each other.
Yeah, because I've got also my own version that I'm
Yes.
saying, then that's his version, then I cannot dispute it.
Okay, and then in terms of the key, your version is the key was handed over to Warrant Mpangas, right?
Colonel Prinsloo handed over the keys to Mpangas.
So Brigadier Nyuswa says they were shown the exhibits, right? The safe was locked. He doesn't say by who though at this point. And the safe key were handed to Major General Sinona for safekeeping.
Yes, the key Mpangas handed them over to General Sinona.
Okay, so it's just that he's missing Pangas in this point.
In this point, yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. So ultimately, the key ended up with General Sinona.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask the question? Why were these, on the day itself, we are now in Potchefstroom, why were they not put in evidence bags on that day when you got to Potchefstroom?
Chair, if I can tell you, I'll assume that maybe no one thought of it, because I was contacted the following morning I was requested by Mpangas the following morning to say that no, we needed to go back to Potchefstroom to pack the exhibits. I think maybe it was also that it was late in the afternoon.
Yeah, but the place remains open as long as you need to work. And I think, and I note that you say maybe. So no discussion came up about these must be put in evidence bags before we leave this place. No such discussion happened.
I don't remember such discussion taking place, Chair.
Okay. And the same about entering them in the SAP 13, sorting that process out. That never came up because now it's you and Warrant Officer Mpangas, right? The others were there to escort you from Isipingo. So it's now the two of you.
Yes.
Between the two of you, there was no thought or discussion that we have to put these, record them in the SAP 13. We've booked them out somewhere. They must be accounted for as booked in. It didn't come up.
It didn't on the day, on the 22nd. It's only in the morning when he came and requested that we should go there.
So we had a situation where these drugs were unaccounted for officially on the system. They were, because there's no record of it. You booked them out. For all we care, they could easily have been in Umlazi or wherever. I'm just making the point. The point I'm making is there is no record. Once you have booked them out, once Mpangase signed them out for analysis, because that's what he says, takes them out for analysis, they landed Port Shepstone on the 22nd. By the time everyone goes to sleep on the 22nd, these are not accounted for, where in the records of the SAPs. Because they're not booked in, they just were delivered. That's what, so far that's been the evidence. It's not just you who says that. They got there, they were just put in the vault or in the safe, the key, and then locked, the safe locked and the key given to General Sinona. So, and I'm really making the observation to you that, so for all intents and purposes, from that point, in fact, starting earlier when you were transporting them for analysis, and we know they don't go to the lab, they land at a place which is not recorded anywhere in the system until you are back the following day. They are not in bags, in evidence bags, and they're not recorded in any subsystem at that point. You accept that?
I think for me, Chair, I took comfort in the fact that the chain of custody was intact of the exhibit.
What does that mean when you say that?
It means that when the exhibit left Sipingo to Potchefstroom, 541 was accounted for in Potchefstroom, and the vault was locked. The following day, when we were going to repack the exhibits, we recounted the exhibit and we packed them, and still the same number.
But I'm correct to say they were unaccounted for. You say you took comfort. So I wasn't asking whether were you not concerned or not. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking an objective fact. I'm putting to you an objective fact, which is they were checked out, signed out, under the pretext that they are going for analysis. They did not go to a lab. We know that, right? So if anyone looked at the Isipingo SAP 13 of the 22nd, wanting to know where are these exhibits, right? There was no knowing where they landed. All from that SAP 13.
Yes.
There was no knowing.
Yeah.
Until you came back on the 23rd, and then you started recording and doing. In fact, you then put them in bags.
It will be the 24th, Chair.
Okay. No, you returned on the 23rd.
We returned on the 23rd.
Yes.
We put all the exhibit in the forensic bags.
Okay.
Then we left again.
So they were still not recorded in the system.
Then on the 24th, Mpangase informed me that he was advised by Kenneth Jacob to go to Potchefstroom, take samples, and then book the exhibit at the SAP 13 in Potchefstroom.
So he took samples even before he booked them. Is that what it means?
Yes.
So samples, so they were tampered with, yes, on the instruction of Jacob to say to Mpangase, take samples. So they were tampered with to take samples so that the samples can be taken to the lab. And when I say tampered with, I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm not. I see you're smiling and you're preparing to correct me. I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm saying you've got these bricks that are sitting in a room in the vault.
Yes.
And all that has happened is they've been now on the 23rd put in evidence bags, right? Now we know you did that on the 23rd.
Yes.
But there's no recorder of what's in that vault that relates to these exhibits, right? Until the 24th, when you go back. You say to us, Mpangase came to you and said, I have an instruction to go and take samples and then enter this in the SAP 13. So samples are being taken from bricks, from exhibits that are not yet entered on the system of the SAPS. It's that which I'm trying to clarify in my head. That's correct. Am I correct in that description?
We normally take samples, Chair. We take samples, we use presumptive test to test samples. So Bangase was briefed as to how we must take the samples. That is why when we got to Potchefstroom, he was the one taking samples.
Yes. The issue, I'm not taking issue, at least for my conversation with you.
Yeah.
I'm not taking issue with the fact that samples were taken. That's not the emphasis. The emphasis is there's an instruction to take samples from exhibits that are not yet booked in the SAP 13. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Am I correct in my understanding of that's what happened? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see the time is 4, Chair. But it seems history has hit me once more. Can I request just to do a couple of questions?
Please go ahead, Mrs. Kaka.
I think Commissioner Baloyi has taken you through what the 23rd and the 24th were, and you're saying at this point you were following the instruction from Bangase as well. Correct?
Yes.
And I think earlier we had established that in terms of knowledge of the processes regarding sampling, weighing, and all of this for drugs, you were none the wiser in a sense, right? But here they are involving you actively in that exercise, such that you even end up with samples in your possession.
It was not on the same day.
No, I accept, but I'm just saying.
But it sounds as if we are saying now it's on the same day.
No. So I'm saying from the 23rd to 22nd, 23rd, 24th, right? And thereafter up to the 1st. We're going to come to the 1st. At that time, in terms of what was supposed to be happening process-wise in dealing with narcotics or drugs, you were none the wiser. It was not your field. You had no, that's why you didn't object to many of the things that went wrong.
I'm listening, Chair.
Sorry?
I'm following you, Chair.
Yes. Would I be correct, or you knew what was going on, but you just looked the other way?
No, I didn't know.
You didn't. And did you not worry that you are handling exhibits, samples rather, for me, that you then are in your custody in a sense, and then they are given to you, and then you have to give them to Jacobs the following day?
I did not take samples. I was present in the vault when the samples were taken. Then the issue of handling samples, it's not a problem. You know, in our daily duties, if people are going to FSL to hand in exhibits, they can just give you the packet to hand in the exhibit on their behalf. So for me, handling the samples is not wrong. To pass it on to another person, it is not wrong.
Okay, so would you say that that was in line with the law?
What, handling?
Yeah, I'm saying let's go to paragraph 19, for example, of your statement.
Paragraph 19.
Yeah, you say, I don't remember the date, but Warrant Officer Mpangase handed over to me 5 samples,
Yes.
and an inquiry file to hand it to Lieutenant Colonel Jacob on the following day. So your version is that there's nothing wrong with that?
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong.
That's fine. All right. And I think when you went on the 23rd and 24th, when you went to Sinona's office to get the key, you didn't go up to his office.
I didn't go up. I was driving. I was parked on the road with Warrant Officer Kumete. It's only Mpangase who went up to fetch the key and came back to us.
Sure. Okay. Then the other issue is then when Jacobs come back, right?
Before you go to Colonel Jacob coming back, on the 23rd, all you do is you go to put the exhibits in evidence bags.
Yes.
And nothing more.
Nothing more.
No recorder.
No recorder. Nothing.
And then you go back on the 24th.
Yes. Now Mpangase is saying he got instruction to go and book the exhibit at the SAP 13 in Potchefstroom and further take samples.
Okay.
Yes.
So can you just explain what in fact happens with booking the exhibits in the SAP 13? Explain that process that day, what happened on the 24th.
On the 24th, we left Potchefstroom Organized Crime to Potchefstroom SAPS. On arrival at the CSC, myself, Warrant Officer Kumete and Warrant Officer Mkomo, we stood on this side of the counter. Warrant Officer Mpangase went and spoke to the SAP 13 clerk, and then they completed the register. And then he came back to us, he told us that he's done.
So the SAP clerk did not see the exhibits. So the SAP 13 was completed with the SAP 13 clerk without seeing the exhibits.
Yes. He did not see the exhibit because we can't even say maybe he went back because we left Potchefstroom with the key to Durban. So he did not see it, but he signed for them.
Yeah. And maybe just so that I understand. So when he, from the one SAP 13, the Isipingo one, right? We have seen that what is recorded is each bag and the details of each bag and what is in the bag, right? That's what happened with the Isipingo one. So with the Potchefstroom one, the SAP 13, on what basis was it completed with the SAP 13 clerk if he doesn't have the exhibits and therefore he doesn't have the evidence bags and the evidence bag numbers? He doesn't have those details. How does he complete?
Warrant Officer Mpangase went with the list of all the exhibit bag numbers, and then he completed the SAP 13. I did not have sights of the SAP 13, but I know that he said he booked them in and out.
Okay, so you didn't see what he did?
I did not see. I did not see.
On that one, but you confirm that the clerk did not see the exhibits?
I can confirm that the clerk did not see, because from Potchefstroom SAPS, we went back to Potchefstroom Organized Crime, where we dropped off Mkomo. Then we went straight to provincial office in Durban, where Mpangase went and handed over the key.
And that's not how it's properly done. If it's done properly, that's not how to do it.
The SAP 13 clerk should have demanded to see the exhibit.
Yes.
Yeah, but she didn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Colonel Jacobs comes back, right? And do you and Warrant Officer Mpangase brief him when he comes back?
He was supposed to be briefed by the investigating officer. I did not brief him.
Okay. And then you say then at your paragraph 19, on 1 July 2021, I was requested by Colonel Jacob to go with him and Warrant Officer Mpangase to the depot.
Yes.
to unpack the container, and then you went there, right, did the count. Can you just explain to me what was your role at the CHC depot on the 1st of July?
The 1st of July, we got there. There was a person, I don't know whether he's a clearing agent or he came with the packing list, and there were also laborers there. So the container was opened. The laborers, they moved the bags. We inspected the container. We confirmed that the packing list corresponds with the number of bags. And then Colonel Jacob handed over to that person that was with us there.
So what would have been your role? What's significant for you about that and yourself, and what role did you play there?
I was just accompanying them to go there.
What was the purpose of you going there to count the bags?
Not necessarily counting, Chair.
Sorry, say that?
We were not going there for only counting the bags. We were still conducting a further inspection to see did we not miss anything on the day.
Yes. Well, you see, the thing is, you say in your statement, which is exactly what Colonel Jacob wrote in his own statement. You say, we conducted a count. We went to do an unpack on the container. We proceeded there. We conducted a count of that number of bags of animal feed. This corresponded with the packing list, and then we released the container. So on your most recent statement, where you speak about this, you account for counting the bags, nothing more. You don't say we went there to investigate for further investigation, in fact. Let me use your language. You don't, and him as well. He doesn't say in his statement, we went back for further investigation and this is what we did when we got there. He says, we went back to do a count to verify that the number of bags corresponds with the packing list. Now, I don't understand why that is your problem, that the number of bags correspond with the packing list. What does that have to do with you? SAPS, when I say you, SAPS. In fact, I want to suggest to you it has nothing to do with the SAPS, that the bags correspond, the number of bags corresponds with the list. But that's what you've said. And it's word for word what Colonel Jacob says in his own statement. Doesn't speak about investigating. And what I suggested, in fact, let me put this to you, what I suggested to him. I suggested to him that this was a charade, It wanted to give appearances that we continued to investigate the docket. There was nothing amiss. This was a serious matter. We were investigating the docket. That's why we went back on that day. And I don't accept that explanation. And I want to put it to you as well, that you may have been unwittingly or unknowingly participating in, I think there is stronger language for my saying this doesn't make sense, and I'm going to use that stronger language, that you may in fact unknowingly have been participating in appearances of an investigation, because it just does not make sense that the SAPS will take 3 people, a senior colonel, 2 warrant officers, one of whom, this is not his everyday job, go to a container, open, count the bags, and we must go with what you say in your statement. You went there, you counted the bags, and you said, bye-bye. We must go with your explanation. So it doesn't make sense. There is another reason why this happened. Otherwise, you are wasteful of SAP time and resources in circumstances where there is serious crime to be investigated in the country. then you are completely irresponsible, all of you, to use time to go and count bags to make sure it complies with the packing list. And in your favor, out of generosity for you, I want to say that was not the reason you went there. You went there for a more serious reason. The question is, what is that reason? And my suggestion is it's to create appearances of an investigation, because nothing else about this visit makes sense.
I don't agree with that, Chairperson.
You don't agree?
Hence, the laborers were requested to come and assist unpack the container. We went there to inspect the container of further narcotics, and we saw that there was nothing. Then the container was then handed over to the relevant person.
And you say, so all you did, you got the container emptied?
Yes, the laborers.
No, that's not what happened.
What happened?
You didn't empty the container. Your commander who was in charge of the scene on the day said you didn't empty the container, you took out the first few bags, and from the first few bags you knew that no, there's nothing, all is good. So you're contradicting Colonel Jacob yet again when you say the laborers emptied the container. That's not his evidence.
The bags were taken out of the container, Chair.
So Colonel Jacob lied to us when he said the container was not emptied, only the front bags, and then you checked around and you were satisfied from the smell that and the number of bags that correspond with the list that all is good. He was untruthful when he told us that's what happened.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So are you saying he told you that the reason for going there is to look for more drugs?
He said we needed to go and conduct a further inspection on the container to establish if maybe there was something that we did not pick up on that day.
Okay.
I raised something else as well about this account of this visit. It's not in your earlier statements. You've gone with the chair through the statements. Your first statement is at
Page 633.
6333.
Yes.
Yes. So your first statement is at page 633, and this is your statement that is dated the 27th of January 2022. So they're fresh in your mind. You don't say anything about this visit of the 1st of July. You end at paragraph 15, where you say, during the time, I cannot recall the date, Mpangase handed over to me a file and 5 samples to hand over. That's paragraph 15 at page 635. And then you have a second statement, shorter statement, at page 646, which is in May, the 12th May 2022. It's a 1-paragraph statement, and you're talking about what happened on the 24th. You don't, in both statements, mention a visit on the 1st of July. You mention it for the first time in this statement that you filed on the 1st of July. It mentions that visit in exactly the same terms as Colonel Jacob's paragraph on this. It seems to me that given that in the immediate aftermath of this incident, you say nothing about it. It's a recent invention that there was a visit and we've gone through that with Colonel Jacob, that even the depot manager mentions it much later. They don't mention it in the first visit, in their first statement. So it seems, it gives appearances that this is a creation, a new creation of something that's supposed to have happened on the 1st of July, when in fact nothing like that happened. And you would have it here because you and Colonel Jacob had a discussion and agreed to add this. especially because this trip doesn't make sense in the way you explain it. It looks like this is something that you agreed to manufacture and add here, because otherwise you would have mentioned it in your earlier statements where you account for your involvement.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, you want to say something?
I want to say something, sir. I don't dispute the fact that it is not included in my first two statements, but that does not necessarily mean that it never happened. Police vehicles, they've got a tracker. The tracker can be requested, and then you'll see that indeed on the day of the first, we went there. That is all that I'm prepared to say.
Well, you're supposed to explain why it's not in your statement, because if it's not in your earlier statements, which are made immediately after, not immediately, but shortly after the incident of these drugs getting lost, right? This is in January, I think in January and in May, but it's early in 2022, the first half of 2022. You purport to give an account of what happened, your involvement with this, what you know from your involvement. That's what you're doing, giving an account. And then you don't account for the very last visit to the container. You have to explain why. And the explanation has to be satisfactory so that we don't make anything amiss about why it's only appearing for the first time on the 1st of June.
I will say, Chair, it's an omission from my part, but the person at the depot can also confirm that indeed members came to inspect the container.
Well, the problem with the person at the depot is her first statement, like yours, says nothing about this visit. And it is only in a clarification statement that she says there were Hawks members here, and it's problematic as well for that reason that, in fact, I think the suggestion that has been made is that, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Silo will correct me, I think that statement was taken by, not by Colonel Jacob,
Mashau.
no? It was Mashau.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So the suggestion that has been made regarding that statement is, well, she seems also to have been reached out. Someone spoke to her and say, put in something in your new statement that we were there on the 1st of July, because there's no explanation why it's not in the first statement. That's the problem that this creates.
I can see
you understand?
I understand that, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
But for confirmation, Chair, we can get the records of the vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Mrs.
Thank you, Chair. Just 3 questions are done. Can we then accept, in light of your engagement, that when you left on the 22nd of June and until your visit on the 1st of July, it would seem that you were not sure, well, you can't be certain that the 541 were the actual number of drugs that were in that container? Or would I be wrong in that? Is it possible maybe that there could have been more drugs than what you counted?
Normally, when seizures are done, inspections are done even after on the following day, because you cannot unpack now without the preparation of getting the laborers to unpack. You can just observe that there is nothing that is there. Then when laborers are required, you need to make arrangements, because there is nowhere where you can just get laborers.
So I'm saying when you left for Ispingo, right?
When we left Sipingo too,
No, I'm saying when you left the depot to Ispingo,
yes.
would you accept on what you are saying that there could be a possibility that there could have been more drugs or more bags than what you had?
I don't accept that, because we checked.
So then on the first,
Yes.
you said you went back to check if there were more drugs.
No, we went back to conduct an inspection to see now that everything corresponds with the packing list.
So when you went back on the first, it had it was unrelated to drugs now.
We wanted to go and do a final inspection on the container so that the container can be handed over.
Yes. Can be, sorry, I lost that.
So that the container can be handed over to the responsible person.
Okay, no, then I may have missaid you. Then the record will then state. Just for your benefit, you said you got promoted on the 8th, in September, right?
On the first, yes.
Correct, and then that's 2021.
Yes.
Right? And I'm interested in your last paragraph, 21 of your statement. And I think you were trying to make a point. And maybe it's not important, but you're saying that at the time that the exhibits were stolen, you were not in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
I was sent by SAPS to attend the course in Paarl.
Okay, I'm interested who sent you there?
I got a call from Brigadier Nyuswa.
Brigadier News.
Yes, on the 13th of October, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, when?
On the 13th of October, 2021, to say I must come to his office.
Yes.
I went there. He then requested me to assist because Captain Van Niekerk, who was supposed to go and attend the course, was on the call-up instruction. He had an unfortunate situation. Her mom was ill. Then he said, can I kindly replace Captain Van Niekerk to attend the course? Then I agreed.
Okay.
Then I left Durban on the 17th. My course was resuming on the 18th of October. I came back to visit my family on the 29th of October and went back to Paarl on the 2nd of November, up until I came back on the 3rd of December.
Okay, thanks. And just before on my very last question, other than our engagement, is there anything that you would like to add in relation to your statement? Or just about these events?
No, there's nothing.
There's nothing. Okay, comfortable. Then, just on a different point that at least, to be fair to you, has come up is in your bundle, it should be CJC 251. It's a completely different point.
CJC
251. 251, page 673.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, let me wait for the commissioner chairperson. You don't have.
Which file is it? Sorry.
It should be. Let me check. It should still form part of the second file.
No, we don't have it. Not in two. This is not the same one we had a problem yesterday. We said it's separate.
What document is it?
It's an email from Warrant Officer Sanders, or Sander, to Sibiya, K. Would that be you? Yes. Okay. Dated 14 November 2023. You don't have it? Perhaps.
Is it, please, may it be flighted. Ms. Silo, is it not, Ms. Silo, is it not one of the additional annexures or exhibits?
Yes, it's additional
It's one of those
annexures,
additional.
but your files were updated. This is file 2.
We should be seeing it. Do our attorneys assure us that they did do the update?
Silo, let me tell you what happened. When Advocate Ngube was leading evidence of one of the witnesses,
Yes.
the documents were handed up,
Yes.
but they were not updated. So mine, I found it in the statement file. And it is that email of 14 November 2023.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. So it is lying somewhere, but it is not
In your
where it's
paper,
supposed to
oh, okay, I get the point. So when it was introduced, and unlike as is often the case, there was no attendance to your file to make sure that they are formally updated. Apologies for that. I don't know what it means now if one of the commissioners has found it, whether.
But even he, maybe ours are exactly where his is.
Indeed.
There's no flag, there's no nothing, it's just lying at the bottom of a pile. But that can be sorted out. Let's not delay by
It shall, and
let's not delay
apologize
by
for that, Chair.
Do you want to put it on the screen? It will make it easier. Then we will follow from our screens.
Indeed. In the meantime, we'll try and see if at least the witness's file is updated.
Yeah.
Because the witness's file has got this document, so it appears that fell through the cracks when it came to updating your files, for which we apologize.
Thank you, no problem.
I think, Chair, we're also having some difficulty locating it.
Is it?
Perhaps can I request that for your purposes, I hand it to you again as a copy.
Just one is fine for
One is
Commissioner Baloyi.
Okay.
I will share with Commissioner Kumalo. Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you. You said that was your email?
Yes.
Okay. And you confirmed receiving that complaint from
Yes, I did receive.
Warrant Officer Sander?
Yes, I confirmed.
And what have you done about that? Have you taken any steps to resolve that complaint?
Yes, when I received this email, I think I was acting on behalf of my commander, Lt-Col Kwazikwakhe Sibiya, who, when he came back, I did a handing over and showed him the email. He indicated that he already drafted a report regarding this matter, this member that is being mentioned here. And then the report was sent to the provincial office. What I know is that this member was convicted.
Oh, I see.
Yes, he was convicted and he resigned from the service. Warrant Officer Yosta.
Okay. And on your side, in terms of the report, did you receive the report and engage with the report?
Please repeat your question.
I'm saying, did you receive the report yourself? Remember, the complaint is to you.
Normally in the mornings we have our morning meetings where we discuss a whole lot of things. And this issue was one of because it did not concern only one member. It was concerning almost all the members in the team. We had a discussion about it and Colonel Kopalsamy forwarded the report to the provincial office. I did not receive the report. He informed me verbally that the report was sent, and I know that the member was convicted and he resigned from the service. And Warrant Officer Sanda used to work very close with this member. He knows also that the member was also convicted.
Thank you. And the conviction or discipline was in relation to this complaint?
Yes, it was in relation to the theft of exhibits.
Okay, all right. Thanks. Do you have any further questions on our side here?
Colonel, I'm just trying to understand what is contained here and your response so that I understand what you're explaining. So this is sent to you
Yes,
by Warrant Officer Sanda.
yes, it was.
It's a list of allegations that he's making.
Yes.
And he makes the allegations against Detective Warrant Officer
Yes.
Yoste, that member. And these allegations, so if you look at, there are a number of cases here and different things. I'm trying to understand what it means in relation to Sanda. So, for example, if you look at, let's start at the bottom. Look at the bottom on page 1, the bottom of the page. I just want to make sure that I understand what this represents.
Yes, I'm on page 1, Chair.
Okay, let's start with what looks like the bottom case here. So if you go a few lines up, you will see where it starts on 2021-02-23. The arresting officer, Lieutenant Colonel G.Y. Jacob, signs for the following exhibits. You see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Okay. And then he gives a number of exhibits. And then he says there is no further evidence of these exhibits in the docket. Right? And then he lists a case number, and then it is about possession of cocaine and mandrax with an SAP 13 number. And then it says the chain statement for this matter refers to different exhibit bags taken to FSL. These exhibits match that CAS number. I'm trying to understand why this is something that Jueste would be charged and not, let's say, Jacob, because he's mentioned here. I mean, my reading of it seems to be the allegation is being made against Jacob that he took exhibits out and they never came back. Can you just explain it?
Although I'm not too sure, but I can just, according to my recollection, I think Colonel Jacob had handed over the exhibit to Warrant Officer Yosta. And then Warrant Officer Yosta was supposed to take the exhibit to forensics, and he did not take them.
Okay.
I think that is why it's falling on Warrant Officer Yosta's shoulder. He also submitted a chain statement to say that indeed I received the exhibit from Kenneth Jacob and forwarded them to FSL.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the exhibit were not received, and the acknowledgement receipt could not be found.
So somewhere there has to be a record of responses to these allegations?
Indeed, when Colonel Kwazikwakhe said he submitted a report, I think if he's engaged on the report, he might provide us, although he's retired, or provincial office, Brigadier Nyuswa, can indicate whether he did receive such report or not.
Okay, so when you receive this as Sanders superior, does Jooste report to you at the time? I think you've said he's been dismissed or something. Was he part of the people that report to you?
No.
Okay, so when you receive this kind of list, and it's quite a lengthy list, what do you do? What did you do with it?
I informed Warrant Officer Sander that I received your complaint. It will be addressed. It's quite a number of issues that you are addressing. I think it will be prudent that we wait for the team leader, Colonel Kwazikwakhe, so that I can give him this complaint.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the team leader returned. What happened?
The team leader said he will draft the report and forward it to the provincial office.
Okay. So after that, it was now out of your hands.
Because the team leader is back now.
Okay.
So
you had no further involvement in
I had
this?
no further involvement.
Have you seen the report that the team leader sent to provincial office?
I've never seen that. I haven't seen the report.
You've never seen that?
I didn't see the report. But he told us, even Warrant Officer Sander was present in our morning meeting. He told us that, Carl, your issue or your email has been attended to. I've submitted a report to provincial office. Hence, the investigation was instituted against a member.
Yeah, I'm told the report, that's what happens when one has to go through documents very quickly. I'm told the report is in fact here. You say you haven't seen it?
I haven't seen the report. It was not sent by me.
Okay. And do you know what would have happened, if anything, in respect of the many other people that are mentioned here? So, for example, there's one that says the exhibits are signed for by Jooste, and we know action was taken against Jooste, you tell us. There's another one that says the exhibit was signed for by, it gives a different name. If you look at the second page, 674.
Second page, okay. Number?
The very last one, number 4.
Yes.
It starts off with cast numbers, right? And what the case is about. And then in the next line, it says the exhibits in this matter were signed for by that investigating officer. And item so-and-so was signed for by that officer. And he deposed to the statement. And then that officer states that Jooste delivers the exhibits to FSL. There's no delivery receipt, no a packing letter to this effect. There are no records at Forensic Science Laboratory. So the names, basically I think what I'm trying to find out is, do you know if anything in this investigation looked at the roles of the different people that are mentioned? There's that officer whose name I'm not mentioning.
Dwarika.
Dwarika. There is Msomi, there's Jacob mentioned more than once. Do you know if this investigation looked at their role?
Chair, I think all these case numbers that were cited here, the report covered all the case numbers. That's what I was told.
This is the report from the team leader.
From Colonel Kwazikwakhe.
To provincial office?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, do you know if provincial office looked at the conduct, whether there's anything wrong with the conduct of the individuals that are mentioned here? You don't know?
If my memory serves me well, I think all the members that are mentioned here, some of them, they just investigating these dockets, but the person who was mischievous here, if I may say that, was that warrant officer.
The others, you know for a fact that they were found to be innocent? You say it only if you know as a
I
fact. If you
know.
don't know, you don't know. You
I
can say
know,
you don't
I
know.
don't know, ma.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Skaka.
Maybe just to be fair to you, go to 676 there, still documents that follow. Because you were being asked about a report. Just to confirm that this is the report, the factual report dealing with the loss of exhibits. It should be 2 pages after the page where you were.
Yes, I'm there, ma.
Is it that one?
Remember, Chair, I said I've never seen the
Okay,
report.
no, then that's
but
fine.
It seems as if this is indeed the report.
It
because
looks
I can
like
see
the
for
one to
purpose.
me. That's why I thought, to be fair to you, just point it out to you. All right, thank you.
Mrs.
Chair, I
Kakane.
think I've exhausted your indulgence and I think I've covered the key points I needed to cover.
Thank you,
Can-
Mrs. Kakane. Thank you very much, Colonel. You are excused.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm tired.
Thank you. I can see from the smile that you are relieved. Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume it. Oh, I thought you wanted to raise something, Mr.
No, Chair.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Monday.